Okay, so there I was. Where were you? There I was, and a couple of weeks ago, unlike the company in question, I honor my commitments. And when I started getting people involved in Ashes of Creation, I said I would cover it through every development stage. And when the game turned out to be less than a complete fulfillment of all their current delivery milestones, I said, I'm going to take a walk away. Like Steven suggested, you made a radical change on the freehold system. I felt that there was refunds to be given. Intrepid disagreed. It was about at that point that I walked away. It was funny because at that point, a bunch of creators that are now gone negative were really, really positive, taking pot shots at me. Heavy lies the crown, man. I don't have a problem being the king of the wasteland. If that's what I need to be, if that's what I need to be to make this happen, I can do that. The trick is, I don't like being called out for shit I didn't do. You want to call me out for shit that I did? I have integrity, unlike some companies that shall remain nameless. I have integrity. If I say it, I stand behind it. If I say it and I make a mistake, I'll tell you how I got there. And if I was factually incorrect, I will turn around and say, you know what? I'm wrong. I will be the first to say I'm wrong. Die a hero or live long enough to become a villain. No, I don't. Bullshit. I don't have any problem being the villain. Like, where the difference is I have no problem being the villain of the story. Just make sure when you call me the villain, you make sure to show all the background story pages of why I turned out this way. Like Thanos, you could not deal with your failures, and where did that lead you? Back to me. Right. This is where I'm gonna show you guys. This is why I'm in the Ashes of Creation category today. This is it right here. The analytics are quite conclusive. The drama bait. I'm on the wrong screen. The drama bait gives a little bump in views. Then ultimately it takes a certain type of individual to continue delivering to newfound audience, which eventually ends in burnout. Oh, really? Oh, fucking really? Because I got a fucking top hat over there that says I ain't fucking burned out. See Death Proxy, Itziz, Jalan, and Narc. It's much healthier when losing hope to take breaks and pace yourself. That is my general advice that I stick to for creators that feel they are losing hope and patience and mascarade it as truth-telling. I'm assuming he meant masquerade. Here's the problem, man. I'm not the one masquerading the truth about my company. Okay? And so I did take that break. If you had left my fucking name up out your mouth, I would be in fucking Once Human right now. Because unlike some content creator programs, they actually pay me on time. With that said, you want to talk about the truth, you better be real fucking careful when you start saying shit like the truth. Because the truth has a habit of coming back and biting you in the ass. Because you gotta remember, there's some people that have all the motherfuck receipts. Like this one. Production began after Kickstarter in June of 2017. Prior to that was design documentation and prototyping. Keeping in mind the team was only 15 to 20 in 2017. So then why did an employee of yours turn around and say that everything was scrapped after the transition to Unreal Engine 5? And you notice, and here's where the fuck you comes in. Steven will talk about, right? Steven will talk about the content creators who have gone negative. Okay, well then why don't you just simply, right, why don't you just address what the developer said? Why don't you just come out and say that the developer's a liar? Why don't you go back and let the developer off of his NDA so that he can actually give his side of it? But I'm the one that's masquerading shit, right? I'm the one that's masquerading shit. But here's a former developer that says, but what I can say is full production on Ashes started at the beginning of 2021. But Steven, your comment says full development started in 2017. So which one is it? Which one precisely is the truth? And if this developer is lying, why don't you go after him for lying? If anything I've ever said to you about you is slander, libel, defamation of character, then why don't you bring your big boy attorney team and sue me? And the reason why is, unlike a lot of the other creators, I have a media division. I have a licensed media division, which I operate from behind. So that means, number one, he knows and I know, if you want to say what I'm masquerading as truth-telling, then you have to be able to prove it. And what you don't want me to have is the discovery packet. Because for every single thing that you want to say I'm lying about, you owe me discovery. Do you think Intrepid Studios wants a fucking lunatic like me to have discovery? Absolutely not. Because my points have always been on point. I don't make shit up. Because just like Al Jazeera and their coverage of the United States, I don't have to make shit up. I don't ever cross fact reporting with opinion editorial. I think, I believe, it is my belief, it is my interpretation, in my professional opinion. I'm not like one of these content creators running around saying, Steven's got a drinking problem. I'm not the director of communications that isn't an executive and isn't authorized to speak on behalf of the company, because you have to be an executive to speak on behalf of the company, which I have no idea why you would ever have a director level title and not be an executive. But I don't run that company. If I have people that aren't authorized to speak on behalf of the company, they ain't director of shit. I'm not the guy who spent 8 years, 9 years, 10 years? Holy fuck, how long has it been? 8 years battling pyramid scheme allegations, and then hired my good buddy to replace my husband as the chief financial officer. And that individual has been investigated numerous times and has lost a lawsuit regarding pyramid schemes. I don't know, man, but I think if I had a company that I wanted to not have any attachment to pyramid schemes, I wouldn't hire a guy that's been investigated for pyramid schemes. And I will now give you the lawsuit at hand. If you're looking for the company that the new individual, the new CFO is, his name is Ryan something the fuck or other. Ryan Ogden, I believe. Yeah, Ryan Ogden. He is the CFO. To the best of my knowledge, he is still the CFO at a company by this name. And gotta post it everywhere because I gotta, because apparently I'm masquerading shit. My disgruntledness is masquerading. And to the best of my knowledge, that particular company lost in this lawsuit, and I'll post the lawsuit so everybody can have it, so that everybody can do the at-home reading today. So that company lost in that lawsuit while Ryan Ogden was the CFO. And that lawsuit specifically stated some allegations about RICO violations, pyramid scheme activities, civil cases that were filed by private plaintiffs, a self-referral to the FTC, a state of Florida Attorney General investigation. Now, they did win a default. They won a case against Barry et al., who had sued them, so they don't always lose in court. But I think it's a little odd to me that you're going to bring in a guy with a history of MLM bleeding over into pyramid schemes, and they lost a lawsuit which had all of those flavors. So there's also the unsettled matter of Sun et al. Versus Genesis Global in the Middle District of Florida, ongoing with a no posted resolution. The direct selling self-regulatory council referred Genuis to the FTC and the Florida Attorney General as recently as 10 February 2025. And so who's masquerading what now? Who's masquerading what? Let's say this alpha beta keeps going for like 20 more years and until Steven retires. At what point can we call it a scam? You can never call this a scam. You can never call Ashes of Creation a scam, because scams are where they take the money and run. If you notice on my YouTube channel, I just did an article about Grimwild. They have all the work done, but the developer disappeared, and he's the only guy with the legal authority to say, send the books. That's not a scam. The work is done. The PDF was published. It's just the hard copies can't go to the printer. We have to be really, really careful when we use the word scam, because scam has legal implications to it. I want to remind you, a scam is where they take the money and run. A scam is illegal. Incompetence isn't illegal. But I can't say incompetence isn't illegal, because then the director of communication or one of her underlings will send me a chicken shit unsigned email that says my toxic vitriol is designed to cause people to do harm to the target of my allegations, which, by the way, is a defaming statement because you put it in writing. So, if we want to play this fucking game, I'll play this game all day. I have talked to a number of the former staff at Intrepid, but I can't ever introduce the things they've said for two reasons. Number one, they talked to me on throwaway Discord accounts, and they literally told me, I'm talking on a throwaway Discord account. I will never have this account again. Cool. But when I get told repeatedly, the things you've said are right. I'm not going to allude to which things I've said. The things you've said are right. Okay, I know they are. Because what Steven doesn't realize is I know the rules of this game. I didn't give a shit that Intrepid was selling everybody a bill of goods. Ashes of Creation can't compete anyways. Too many titles are dropping. Abso-fucking-lutely. Number one, and I'm going to show you what happens, what the really, really bad part, when you have, if you want to be the villain of the story, you have to be really, really careful when you want to be the villain of the story, because I don't give a shit. As I say all the time, I love you all. I love doing my show. I love all the background music I own. It's great. I make it available to everybody. It's awesome. I could do without this shit tomorrow. I have 30 or 40 books I want to read. I have enough reading to do for the rest of the next 2 years, right? If you remember, when Intrepid Studios, as Blue keeps saying, Ashes Creation never been created, they'll never finish this game, they'll keep this project infinitely. They will keep this project infinitely. They will. But here's the thing, and this is the big fuck you back to Steven. If you want to play who's the bigger asshole, you have everything to lose. I have nothing to lose. You're the guy who allegedly has 45 to 55 million already sacked into ashes of creation, but we're going to see what the Small Business Administration has to say about your loans, because that shit's public record. And since you decided to say I'm a liar because apparently you never had investors, remember? You never had investors? You were funding the core viable product. Where's the core viable product, baby? Where's this core viable product, Bubsy? It should have been done like 4 years ago, right? But you took an SBA loan and you haven't paid them back. So let's see what they have to say. Let's see how much money they gave you. As they say, man, let's follow the money. Now, in the past, Stephen was dismissive, or I shouldn't say Stephen. Margaret Crone was dismissive of my viewpoints. There would have been no political stream to me today anyway. Today's Thursday. It's either video games or no stream today. I don't do politics on Thursdays. I got to have time off from that world. The trick here is when people would downvote my so-called negative opinions, I had to accept the fact that it was the will of the people. Okay, no problem. So I'm just wondering, when you want to talk about the will of the people, does it hurt a different type of way as the creative director when you get downvoted into the nether realm on your own Reddit? No, Steven didn't respond to my new Ashes video. All he did was throw my name out his mouth saying that I burned out. I didn't burn out, man. I walked away from this shit because their company wasn't interested in having a legitimate dialogue. They knew Smurg was viewbotting. How do I know? Because I fucking told them. They still invited him on to that fucking horseshit panel they did. But I want to know, does that hit Steven a different kind of something? That he's downvoted into oblivion on his own Reddit? Because that's funny shit to me, considering not a week and a half before, Steven had said to me, the treatment... Wait, hold on, I can't misquote him. Can't misquote him, motherfucker. Can't do that in this world. Too much at stake here. Too much at stake to misquote somebody. If you see the MMORPG subreddit, the dissenting opinions aren't always expressed in a friendly or engaging manner. So yeah, exactly. That's the trick. If you're gonna tell me all the time that when people downvote my shit into oblivion, it's just the will of the people, that's cool. That's cool, baby. I got you. You're right. It's the will of the people. But on your own Reddit, you just got fucking downvoted into the nether realm. So what's that say about people's confidence in you? Is this Star Wars, baby? Is this a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum? Is that what this is? Is that what is the sound of an echo chamber finally getting some air in it? Is it a hiss? Is it a pop? Is it just quiet? And the problem is, when you start saying shit, like where you accuse somebody of lying, that shit's not cool. That shit is not cool. Putting my name up in your mouth about mascarading my lack of faith as truth-telling. Okay. Well, let me ask a question then. And you guys tell me if I'm being an asshole. Because this is my house. So if my family in my house tells me I'm being an asshole, then I'll get down with I'm being an asshole. But I want to ask a legitimate question, and I brought this up years ago. And I had this, because remember, I may have stopped covering Ashes, but I didn't throw out the fucking receipts. Where the fuck did it go? Do I not have it? What the fuck? Okay, so you'll have to work with me here, because I know I'm just a dumb dirty potato eater. And when it comes to games, I understand I'm a dumb dirty potato eater. So as you can see right here, I asked Steven, I'm gonna drive you around this picture. I had asked Steven why didn't you say back in February that you were going to put APOC on Steam? Now, you'll notice this was February of 2019. Okay. It's February of 2019, or that post is from August of 2019. So we're talking about February of 2019. I said, well, why didn't you tell anybody back in February that we were going to be on Steam? Okay. Well, here is December 17th of 2018. And these are not mine. Remember, I'm just a dirty, stupid potato eater. I don't know how to reverse engineer anything, but members of the community are smart and they know how to do it. So walk me through the truth here. You didn't know in February of 2019 that you were going to put your game on Steam, except in December of 2018, the Intrepid launcher added Steamworks.net, and on December 18th, it added login with Steam. Steamworks has no other value other than putting your game on Steam. If you're not putting your game on Steam, no developer has been able to tell me why you would put Steamworks.net into your code. So if you didn't know in February you were putting the game on Steam, why the fuck did you put Steamworks.net into your code back in December of 18? Did you have a rogue? And I think, unless I'm being an asshole and you guys tell me I'm being an asshole, yeah, we're only asking for honest answers. Because if you're going to say I'm being less than honest, then when I asked you and you lied, because this right here, we didn't know in February, so then the only other plausible explanation is Steven had a rogue developer at the time. So then why doesn't Steven say that? I had a rogue developer who got a wild hair up their ass and decided to install Steamworks into our game in December of 2018, even though we hadn't made the decision to go on Steam. Why isn't that the answer? I'm not saying that. I'm saying this statement must be a lie unless you had a rogue developer that just took it upon themselves to make the game Steam compatible. But see, what this will be written off at is this will be written off as toxic vitriol, that I'm trying to hurt Intrepid. Well, you should have kept my fucking name up out your mouth. You could have talked about Death Proxy, who got banned from the Discord for bringing up honest concerns. I don't like Death Proxy. In fact, as I say about many people that I don't like, just so you understand the level of I don't give a fuck. If Death Proxy was on fire and I had water, I would keep drinking. There's no love lost there. There's no love lost because there's no love. There's nothing but hate. But he got banned because Steven was in a bad mood. Ziz is a fucking moron. Ziz went off 97 miles into left field. Fucking, even I say. He say we didn't know, just mean we couldn't prep just ahead of time? No, because the question is, that's less than an honest answer. And when you're the company that foot stomps transparent development, see, a lot of the Ashes of Creation community is confused about the idea of transparent development. If you're talking, but you're lying, technically that is transparent. But most people are going to be under the assumption that if you're talking, you're telling the truth, because most people are going to assume you're giving me honesty. You're giving me honesty. With that said, all the answer would have had, why didn't you tell us in February that you were putting the game on Steam? That's it. Yeah, not the foolish truth instead of a lie, a merchant classic. Right. And let's be honest, if they had come out and said, you know what? If when I asked the pointed question in February, if they had just come out and said, yes, back in December when APOC was falling apart and we actually had to take it offline, we were planning on putting it up. Watch this. Watch this for honesty. Yes, we were hoping that Ashes of Creation Apocalypse would really take on as a little bit of a battle royal game. It would give us practice doing a lot of things. It would practice us having an operations team, a development team. It would give us a little bit of a trickle of income. We were hoping that cosmetic sales would be a source of funding for the game. And then, honest to God, I would have been like, yeah, look at them go. Because that's a smart as fuck decision. Look at Riot Games. Riot Games has a fuck ton of intellectual property. When they go to make their MMO, and I don't know this for a fact, I think it's the foregone conclusion, but I don't know. If they decide to make their MMO based on League of Legends, they have 13 or 14 player acquisition funnels. Why is it such a problem that they added the game or not to Steam? Because they lied about it. That's the problem. If you're gonna call people out for lying, which is what they did to me, and I don't tolerate that shit, because I've challenged back to Intrepid I wasn't even planning on streaming this shit game today. I was gonna be playing Once Human, but then Steven had to put my name up in his fucking mouth. And he had to dress it up in the fact that my disenfranchisement was masquerading as truth-telling. Okay, motherfucker, well then explain this. Because if you're gonna say that I'm the one being less than honest, okay? If I'm the one being less than honest, then why the fuck didn't you just tell people when you knew damn well in February you had already put the Steamworks code in the previous December? Why didn't you just be fucking honest? Even if I didn't say the whole truth, why would it matter? Because you fucking lied to the community. That's why the fuck it matters. If you're going to carry a banner and beat the shit out of other developers, ArcAge, New World, couple other games, and say we're being the transparent developer, then at least have the decency to say we're going to be transparent and we're going to talk to you, but we're going to lie our asses off. We're going to say whatever we need to say to make us look good. All you had to do when challenged, why didn't you tell us in February? All they had to do is say, yeah, we were planning on launching APOC as a player acquisition funnel. I'm not raging. I'm raging because of this comment. I don't give a fuck about them putting it on Steam or not on Steam. I'm giving a fuck that my name was up in his mouth, that my burnout was then masqueraded as truth-telling. Because I have never lied about Intrepid. I don't have to. I didn't want to be here today. I wanted to be playing a completely different fucking video game. But he got fucking pissy because I made a video based on what one of his former devs said. The problem is if you don't know about, if you think it's okay to be lied to, then you think it's okay to be lied to. Great. Then fuck right off underneath the bridge, man. If you're okay with being lied to right to your face, that's a choice only you can make. But I find it hypocritical as fuck that a company that lies as often as Intrepid does, led by a guy, put my fucking name in your mouth? I didn't even know when this fucking comment was. It was probably 2 days ago. Maybe they didn't plan to add this to the stream to Steam at the time, but they had the tech ready just in case. No, bullshit. Because bullshit. That's not how Steamworks works. If you're gonna say, well, maybe they did it just in case, adding Steamworks to your game doesn't get you anything other than compatibility with Steam. It's not like it's a module that helps you build a better Royal. And I remember you made mistakes, were called out, and then doubled down. No, you're actually absolutely wrong, Michael Church, because there's a difference between a mistake and a lie. If you say, I remember you made mistakes, you were called out and doubled down, you got the absolutely wrong fucking creator. Absolutely not. I haven't been pissed since. I fucked off. I fucked off. I stopped making Ashes content. 2 weeks ago, I owed my community. Here, ready? I got you. Ready? I don't need you here. I don't need you here. Goodbye. Fuck off with yourself. So here's the thing. Exactly. Then when you can do it just for the future in case, why wouldn't you do it? Why wouldn't you do it? Because it takes developer time to do it. And unless you know, when you can't even get your battle royal working and you have to take it offline 4 or 8 days after launching it, forgive me, it's been a minute. You're using developer time to integrate Steamworks into your code. And yet you didn't have a plan for putting your game on Steam. Because let's be honest, we all know that's a load of bullshit. The fucking cash shop in APOC worked before there were leaderboards. That's the piece where you're going to talk about integrity. Just say, we had planned, they're using developer time, but they're still sticking to the time frame. No, they didn't stick, they haven't stuck to one time frame. What the fuck are you talking about? The game was supposed to launch 5 years, 8 months, and 10 days ago. Even today, they still haven't met their 2019 milestones. They reduced the node system by 29.4%. And it still doesn't work. But I'm the fucking lying asshole? No. There was no launch time at all? What are you talking about? From what you always searched, where did you look? Under your bed? That's a serious question. Did you actually look? Did you actually look? Oh, okay, hold on. So you didn't actually look. I got you, don't worry. So you're telling me that there was never a date? There was never a date? Okay. So all the way back in 2017 during the Kickstarter, so this date doesn't exist. No. That date right there, official launch will be before 2020. That's not a date in your mind? Because you said you looked, which I know is bullshit, because no, you didn't. Because that's just one of dozens. That's one of dozens that they said it. But that goes all the way back to 2017. They must have had a development roadmap that took them to launch by that point, right? So what do you mean? It's on the wiki as well. So that's my point. You're going to argue with me and say it doesn't exist, but I can show it to you. But then Steven's going to say, I'm the one masquerading the truth. And that's fucking no bueno. That is no good at all. You can't, I'm not arguing. No, you didn't ask. I'm going to help you out, right? I'm going to help you out. From what I was always searching, there was no time at all. They are using developer time, but they are sticking to the time frame they set. No. And then you said, from what I was always searching, there was no launch time. But it's there. I feel like even now they don't have a roadmap to launch. Well, what's the point of them having a roadmap? And I'm being serious. They can't even make their node system work. They are still continuing, and this isn't me saying this. This is a number of developers that I have talked to on other projects have said this. If your core systems are not working, you should not be testing because you're getting zero valuable data. So, right here, we're aware of the issue with settlement experience. Oh, shit. We're aware of the issue with settlement experience, and the team is actively working to address this. In the meantime, we've leveled up those settlements manually based on missing experience. Excuse me, Mr. Conductor, I have a question. why the fuck did you launch Alpha 2 Phase 3 if... Holy shit, this stream is toxic all around. Why do you attack people so badly? No, you were. See, the problem is you came in and then you told me an answer didn't exist based on your search. You came in and you're throwing out bullshit because you're saying, well, isn't it just future-proofing? No, it's not. Putting in Steamworks into your game is not helping your game unless you know you're putting it on Steam. And here's the difference. If you know you're putting it on Steam, have the integrity as a man, have the integrity as a creative director, have the integrity as a company owner to say, yes, bye, go fuck yourself. Hey, you like that? I'll just tell you to go fuck yourself. Right? Oh, he's a racist bigot. He just called you Americans. Even though you're not all Americans. I'm an American. I'll tell you to go fuck yourself. You're good with that. But you see, when Intrepid wants to throw their bullshit at me, I will never, ever, ever apologize. Americans are a race. Yes, they are a demographic. What's up? You want to argue sociology? Never knew that? That's because you're fucking stupid. Anything else I can help you with? Anything else? I can teach all day, man. Oh, yes, take a step back and don't get so easily offended, like the creative director tells you to do. See, here's the problem. Yeah, he's not American. Yes, I make you an honorary American. Maybe the DayZ route, 10 years early access, then slap a 1.0 release and say, yeah, it's done. Yeah, and that's the issue here. I don't mind if a company wants to make bad decisions. They're decisions to make. How much am I invested in Intrepid? Over the years of Ashes 101, I made back 7 times what I invested in Ashes. Would I like Intrepid Studios to launch so they can pay me out my referral money? Absolutely. What are the benefits of being an honorary American? There are none. The world will hate you and tell you that you're wrong. That's honestly about it. But you see, when people start making bullshit excuses, when people start the apology shit for a company, there's so much copium around Ashes. You're right, there's copium around Ashes. And what Steven doesn't like is that I have no problem being honest. If you want to say something like, we're hiring the best in the business. Oh, okay. No problem. But have you noticed that Steven hasn't answered the point about Rocco Scandizo? So how did you supposedly hire Rocco and he never then joined your company? But you never told people, like, you had no problem. You had zero problem in 2017 sharing that Rocco had joined the studio. But you never ever told anybody. You never said, hey guys, by the way, just to let you know, we actually don't have Rocco working on our project. He actually never onboarded with the company. Because how do I know that he was ever going to join the company? And I said in a post, I'll bet a box of donuts that less than 5% of the leadership at Intrepid knows who Abraham Wald is. And if you don't know who Abraham Wald is, you don't know survivor bias. And the problem with survivor bias is this. I am sure that, and because I don't have numbers, I'll just give them 12,000 based on other numbers they've given me, knowing that I'm pulling these numbers out of my ass. A previous statement was their new servers can hold 6,000 people. But I heard Steven say something like the most number of people on a grid. Intrepid broke the record for the most number of people on a grid. Well, I have to dig up the exact quote, but I don't think they actually broke the Guinness Book of World Records, because the Guinness Book of World Records actually tracks that. So I'm surprised that they didn't call Guinness and say, hey, we broke it. And we'll break it again. What composes a grid? Well, see, that's the interesting thing. How many people did they have? I don't know. That's why I'm saying I don't have all these facts. Here's the trick. And I am not an Unreal Engine 5 engineer, but I stayed at a La Quinta last night, so I'm good to go. You can only put so many people on a grid at one time. So when you're designing your content, you have to design your content around content density. And what you want to make sure is that you don't have a world boss on his own line. You don't... That's a fucking terrible grid. I'm sorry. So you don't want to have a world boss right on the border of multiple grids. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. You do not want the world boss to spawn right there, because then you're going to have content. I wouldn't stand anything less than a 4-star. That's right. You don't want to put the world boss right there on the corner of grids, because then you're going to be doing grid-to-grid handoffs. And so what the engineers who were very nice enough to have long conversations with me said, so the grid thing is important because it changes content placement to ensure content density is done right. But when you're talking about Unreal, and I don't know what magic fucking pixie dust Intrepid Studios has in their engineering lab. I don't know. I do not know. But what I do know from the engine and other engine developers have said, you can handle about 3 million actions in a minute. And beyond that, you're going to start to see performance issues. Now, what's an action? It's not one ability. It's not I cast Fireball. It's I decide I want to cast Fireballs, so the engine has to check the grid, the server has to see if I have enough mana and has to resolve that. Now, I say per minute, but as soon as that answer is resolved, the grid can shit can that. It's a yes, no. Can I cast yes? Boom, I can shit can that. And people are going to be like, well, they wouldn't be stacking up all those things for a whole minute. You're right. But I'm not going to say how many actions it can resolve in a second, because that's also a disingenuous statement. It can resolve 3 million, give or take, in a minute. Well, you could put 200 people on the grid. You can put 200 people on a grid as long as, yeah, it's, don't fucking steal my thunder, salty bread. You jump in when I fucking run out of things I know. Fuck's sake, man. Don't steal my limited thunder. But it's, do I have enough mana? Is the target in range? What is my casting time? What is my cast start time? What is my cast end time? What is my damage package? Now, when you're on one grid, the next line of that is, what's the received damage package? And when I hit the target, which clients do I need to update? Which clients do I not need to update? Because if you're all the way on different parts of a grid, you're out of the resolution range. Like, hey, what was the damage over there? Fuck you, you don't need to know. Okay, cool. When you start putting, when you start saying that you're going to be able to have 500 versus 500, well, you're never going to have that in Unreal Engine. You're not, let me say this. You're never going to have 500 versus 500 in a single throne room, all on top of each other. You're never going to have that unless you can only do one, unless your global cooldown is 60 seconds. And where do we see that? We see that in EVE Online through time dilation, through tie-dye. EVE Online, and I don't have their numbers for their setup, but they say we can process 3 million actions a minute, which allows you to have 2,000 pilots on the grid. Oh, you want to have 4,000 pilots on the grid. Well, we can't process 6 million actions in a minute, so we're going to go into 50% tie-dye. We're only going to allow you to do half the total number of actions in a minute. So the server is doubling its capacity through having the number of available inputs. Well, then when you put 6,000 people on the grid, it says, okay, I'm going to run it 25%. And then, oh shit, drones and fighters and, oh shit, 10%. The grid can't suddenly start having more people. But what the grid can do is it can increase the number of actions it can resolve a minute by reducing how many actions people can put in on a minute. Now, you're never going to have 500 versus 500 in vanilla Unreal. If you have experienced team, you can modify the engine to maybe make it possible, but you're heading into experimental territory. And Salty Bread, I'm going to ask you because you're a developer. Straight, no bullshit. If 500 versus 500 fights were your thing, your cornerstone of your game, my understanding is you would not use Unreal Engine. If that was the key feature you wanted, you would get a lot more performance with either a different engine or writing a custom engine than you would trying to spend years modifying the back end of Unreal Engine 5. That's my understanding. I could be wrong. Unreal is a great single player mobile sort of engine. Yeah, it's a great engine if you're going to have, call it, less than 100 people on the screen. Yeah, this is a surprise category. Let me turn off my music and see what we have going on audio-wise.
You'll have plenty of time to discover that on your own. For now, it's best if you hurry off to Lionhold to the east or Samaya's Hope to the west, but keep that weapon at the ready. We are having a bit of a goblin problem at the moment. Disgusting creatures. Cut them down if they cross your path. Take this medallion. Present it to any welcome official in Lionhold or Samaya's Hope. Be on your way.
An item has been added to your inventory. Yay. Is that AI? The cadence is so weird. I think it's AI voice. Does anyone actually enjoy the voice lines or text for generic leveling quests? I do actually like well-written dialogue. I don't like shitty dialogue, but I like well-written dialogue. Yeah, new character from last time. I went back to their... I wanted to make sure that I wasn't being biased and being unfair to their development process. So what I decided to do is I decided to go back to the zone that's had the most iteration passes on it so that I could look at their original area. Because somebody said my criticism last time was too harsh because I didn't look at the more developed zone. It was disingenuous of me because I went to the new zone. I don't understand how it's disingenuous to go to a zone that they made public and they asked for feedback on. But what I can say is, I will say something good if there's something good to say. It doesn't seem like there's any lag. Shitty dialogue feels cheap and not immersive. Absolutely. Absolutely. Shitty dialogue is shitty. 100%. Okay, so apparently one thing I'm going to talk about is the ridiculous the ridiculous idea that people keep saying that the graphics are so great, and this right here is shit, worthless game design right here. And I'm sorry, there is no reason to have these goblins spawning in such a way that they're attacking the guards. You have your, right now, you have your game doing a lot of work all the time for no reason. Because remember, every one of those mobs that spawns is something the server says. Every time the server is, hey, mob spawn, hey, guard watcher or gate watcher Povos is out here beating the shit out of this goblin, right? Well, that's things your server is doing. Yeah, it could be cool if the guards there look like an actual battle. Yes, and how could you do that? Instead of having and being spawned assets, you would have to create an animation art asset that would be over here, and you'd have Gatewatcher Povos engaged in eternal battle with a goblin, right? Not killing a spawned creature. This right here is indicative, what I'm looking at right now, this is indicative of, we know that you're gonna have to kill a bunch of mobs, and we don't know how to design a better quest. So we're just gonna throw a bunch of fucking sickly goblins out there. Now, you can do that, and that can work really well if you're doing like a, oh my god, what the fuck, barbecue chicken overpowered storyline, like the Death Knight side thing in World of Warcraft. Then you want the player, like, go kill 50 villagers, and you want them falling over like twigs. Because then you're like, oh my god, my character's all ultra powerful. But if I'm supposed to be cautious about coming out here and like, yeah, thanks, man. I didn't need you. I didn't need you to run the look at that. I didn't need you to help me. Like, how the far fuck away do I need to get from you before you're not gonna fucking fuck with me, man? Get out of here. Playing your class. Press E to combo attack. Each weapon type has its own combos to master. Press 1 or left click to execute your first class skill. Each class has a unique suite of skills to learn and upgrade. Press R to guard and block incoming attacks. Okay, this is another thing, and maybe because I haven't been around Ashes for 2 years, did they ever actually explain how their damage mitigation works? Like, is there passive blocking, passive parry? passive dodge, passive evasion, or is all your defense active? Because if it is, then I'm really confused as to how your damage mitigation system is going to work. That's something, if I actually give a shit, I might go look up. The tutorial is new. I think it's all active blodge and dock. Dodge and block. And this is the piece that the White Knight fanboys don't get. They don't grasp. Regardless of how much I do or do not like Ashes of Creation, is anybody going to make the argument that this introductory loop is on par with the player expectation of a modern MMORPG? Because I don't think Steven is in touch with looking at what big studios with bigger marketing, advertising, data research departments, like even Arcade Chronicles, even Jake Song, because Jake Song was still in charge of XL Games when he pivoted Arcade Chronicles. I'm not saying I want every MMORPG to be a single player experience. Right? I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that there is a reason why it's all grind right now to level 25. They haven't buffed the quests. So, and this is where Intrepid doesn't like me, because they say what I say is toxic vitriol. If the only thing you have to do is grind, then is that the new direction for the game? And if that's the new direction for the game, I think this is the piece that people don't hear when they hate on me. If that's the new direction of the game, I'm cool with that. Just let me know that. And so I can say to people, yeah, it's a grind game.
I told him I wouldn't keep healing him if he didn't let the...
It's over for Ashes. I don't see how they're going to fix their game. You know what else kind of fucks over Steven's expectations? No, what else fucks over Steven's expectations?
Something feels wrong with my...
Really? The spellbook flies? Is this a Sorcerer's Apprentice? You know what else kind of fucks over Steven's expectations? People like Pirate Software, an experienced developer who has been outed as not actually being experienced, keeps sucking off the game. Well, the tutorial gameplay you're doing is fine. It's simply not wrapped in polish and visual storytelling that is expected from an MMO. Imagine if you started in a siege instead, with towers getting destroyed, goblins swarming everywhere. That'd be way more interesting. No, I'm sorry. You're doing this thing where you're putting your value of flavor on top of other people's value of flavor. I think both are equally good if they are both equally good. I think the fact that Intrepid still doesn't have a meaningful tutorial. They don't have a crawl, walk, run. Now, unless this spellbook is supposed to be floating, I will tell you right now, this is Bush League. I think the base idea needed to be made into a working state. I think only now just getting the basics, but they don't have the basics going, and that's my question for them. Why did you move into Alpha 2 Phase 3 testing when your node system still doesn't work? Like, you had Alpha 1, you had Alpha 2, you had Alpha 3, and your node system doesn't work. Like this, and this is, I'm going to be honest, this does not look amazing to me. This looks okay. If that is their art style, then why are you using Unreal Engine 5? Because Unreal Engine 5 is supposed to be fucking blow my socks off or blow the girl's panties off. Fucking amazing graphics. These are not amazing graphics. I'm not saying they're bad. And this is what the haters don't get. Hey man, if this is the quality of the graphics you're using, why the fuck did you make such a big deal about using Unreal Engine? And I'm on the best graphics setting. I'm not saying the style is bad, but the style looks like 1997 called. And Steven doesn't want to hear that because he's going to call it toxic. If that's your idea, then frame it that way. If your idea is that you want this old school antiquated look, because ready? And you don't even need 1010 fidelity to have an amazing looking game. Look at Elden Ring. No, they have at least a year in this phase. At least a year. See, that's what I don't get credit from. I get shit on by Steven for saying that I masquerade my statements as truth, but I have no problem saying the truth. I know what that is. I know what integrity is. If you're going to say our Alpha 2 Phase 3 is going to be at least a year, then why didn't you correct Pirate Software when he had the video that said, that's it, a year after this and the game is launching? That's when you need to go and say, hold up. Press Q to swap weapons. Oh, we still have this problem? Oh, they never changed the design decision that wands should be primary hand for mages, since mages don't need a melee attack. Yeah, this is really good graphics for the Diablo 2 1997. Like right here, it would be awfully nice
Something feels
if they would say something to you like, oh, hey, pick up a weapon. I thought they used to do that. I thought it used to say, hey, make sure you pick up a weapon before you leave. Well, what do I know, right? You have to sword dagger mage instead of wand book or staff. Yeah. I kind of like the graphics. They're definitely better than Pantheon or Monsters or Memories. That's not odd either. Right. And here's the piece to that I have said the whole time. Every time you showed off graphics, you constantly made excuses for them. You constantly made excuses for the graphics. Why not just say, this is what we're aiming our graphics to be? And then there's no problem. If you told me this is what you're aiming your graphics to be, then as a creator, I might ask a question like, if this is the quality of graphics you decided to use, can you please articulate why you decided to go with Unreal Engine 3? I'm sorry, Unreal Engine 5. Because if it's the goal, these graphics are... Exactly. Fucking exactly. Exactly. Maybe if they had a person who knew how to run marketing and knew if they had a public relations company anymore, which they don't. I talked to Critical Hit the other night because I was looking for comment on a story I'm working on, and Critical Hit said, we don't represent Intrepid anymore. Okay. If you had a marketing department, but we don't do marketing, bullshit. You got like 9 people in your fucking marketing department. Then literally all Steven had to say was, yes, this is final form for these graphics. We're not doing any more passes. And if you showed this and you said, we're not doing any more passes, then as a content creator, I could sell that. Because if this is what the graphics are supposed to be, then these graphics are good. I can disagree with the style, and I would say, well, I don't necessarily agree with your water physics, but if Rail is here, I don't agree with your water physics right now, but your water physics are a shit ton better than once humans. But you keep saying that all your graphics are still going to get another pass. Well, then you have a fucking horrible development process, because at this point, at 7 years in, not 9 years in, you should have shit that's on the board. Done. That is done. The fucking starter area waterfall tower is done. The tree is done. Those should be done. Thought he said they were able to get more players on the server with Unreal Engine 5. No. You can't get more players on the server with Unreal Engine 5. There is the server and there is the grid, which is on a server. I can put 1 million fucking players on a single game if I never let them get close to each other. EVE on fucking line can have 100,000 players on the server, which is a cluster. They can have 100,000 people on it. But if you try to put more than about 2,000 in a fight, the server goes into time dilation. And all that is the grid slowing down the number of inputs so it can continue to process. It's just like everybody, like 2 weeks ago, the guy that came in and wants to argue with me about what dynamic gridding does. Look, man, I know what the fuck dynamic gridding does. Do you? Do you know what it does? Because it sounds like... It sounds an awful lot like you only know what Intrepid has told you dynamic gridding does. And dynamic gridding does not allow you to put more people into a fight. And if you don't get this, then do your own research. Dynamic gridding does not allow you to put more people into a fight. Dynamic gridding allows you to put more people into an event, provided you spread the content density out, which is exactly what I said in a Castle Siege video about 5 years ago. You are not going to put 500 versus 500 on any game engine in a fantasy combat game. We are not there yet. Yeah. The trick is, Intrepid likes to say a lot of things, but they say it on a live stream and then they never follow it up. Like this right here, this is sloppy as fuck. That goblin just walked through me. This is sloppy as fuck. You do not need to have this. If you want this to look like this, that's fine. Where the fuck did he go? He just fucked off. If you want this to look like there's a lot of goblins causing a lot of issues, that goblin just jumped up there. See, they want to fucking talk shit about me. Steven wants to have a fucking attitude about me. Shit, man, you don't even have your spawnable mob architecture running properly. If you want this caravan to look like it's under siege, you don't put 3 spawnable mobs around it. You take your fucking caravan, pull it out, you give it to an artist, and you say, hey, I want you to make this asset, and I want you to have 3 goblins attacking it. That's it. I clicked to hear a crash out. Well, why? Why would you think this would be a crash out? And you have to answer the question in about 60 seconds. It's a crash out. What's a crash out? That I'm being critical and honest? What about it? The goblins are like that since phase 2. I'm kind of unraveling. No, I'm not. What part of your pathetic life, when you sit 6 inches from the mirror and you hate your life, how are you and I the same? I was done with this game. I streamed it 2 weeks ago. Steven put my name up in his mouth and lied about me. He said that I was passing off half-truths due to my burnout. I was masquerading my feedback as the truth. I've never masqueraded my feedback as the truth. I give the truth about the things I know about, and I give harsh critical feedback. I give the same feedback to them in the same language they use about their player base inside of the studio when they use derogatory racial slurs towards some of their players. So, if you think that's a crash out, then just let me know. If you think I'm unraveling, just let me know. I can tell I hit a nerve. No, you didn't. What hits the nerve is not you. It's the complete and total failure of your parents and the fucking school system that educated you. And this is how it gets real simple. Have your fucking ban and be happy about it. That's it. I have a question about the initial referral system. Go ahead. Yeah, Twitch is used to creators sucking off devs so they can propel their small careers. They're not used to integrity. And that's, as I said the other day, when Steven wanted to put my name in his mouth, he doesn't even understand the rules of this fucking game. But he doesn't need to worry. I'm gonna teach him to him. You want to say that I'm masquerading feedback as my burnout, and my feedback is I'm masquerading it as the truth. Then why'd you lie about your studio size? Like, why would you lie about something as pointless as your studio size? What was the value in lying about that? Yeah, you gotta... Exactly. I almost quit this game after a week. Wait. I almost quit this game a week ago after seeing the economy and the amount of money sink it's become with little way to make money that doesn't go back to mob grinding. The only thing Intrepid has designed is mob grinding. Could Intrepid save this sinking ship? They absolutely could. They absolutely could save the sinking ship. But the biggest problem to them fixing this ship is Steven would have to admit he's the problem. And until Steven admits he's the problem, you're not going to be able to fix this problem because if you want to build the game that you want, then build the game that you want, go dark, build the game that you want, deliver the game that... Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I have this way fucking loud. I'm sorry. Deliver the game that you want and call it a day. Build what you want, deliver it, and then have the integrity to say, I delivered the game that I think will be good. But when you get downvoted on your own Reddit and you don't recognize what that's telling you is that people don't believe you anymore. When you get downvoted by 60 votes on your own company-controlled Reddit, and you're the CEO, and you have the ability to go in and see, yeah, you might have a negative 67 downvote, and you're going to be like, oh, well, 400 people voted it up. More than 67 people voted it down. What does that mean? It means, yeah, that actually happened. You didn't see that? On their own Reddit. On their own Reddit, Steven has a negative 67 on one of his posts. Okay. The Ashes of Creation content creator program. I don't know how it works for the rest of you. I know how it works for me. I know how it works for me because I've had my own private conversation with Intrepid. I know a portion of how much money I'm owed. For an and this is where I don't think Intrepid, I don't think Intrepid totally did their homework, totally researched it. They have to account for taxes when they pay all of those referral programs out because they didn't have a European office when they set up the referral program. So all of those transactions occurred inside America. And all the back due money to the creators has to be paid out through an American entity. And a lot of the Europeans want to argue with me and they're like, that's not true. And I'm like, guys, I'm a dual fucking citizen. I'm looking at moving to Ireland. So I absolutely am up to date on fucking law. Now, I'm not saying that you won't get a tax credit. I'm not saying that you won't get that in your home country. But Intrepid will have to do the standard withholdings for international people. And a lot of people aren't going to be able to file their taxes because they don't have an American entity to file their taxes against. Which means Intrepid's never going to be able to pay you out cash. And then you're going to say, well, if they open up a European office, right, but the time of the transaction precedes when they had the European office. So either Intrepid's going to eat all of the taxes, which they're not, because it would just be probably millions of dollars at that point, or they're going to tell all the non-Americans / people that don't have an American business interest, until you have an American business interest, we can't pay you out in cash. Once they open their European office and they are under the jurisdiction of European law, from that point forward, all the referral payments would get bumped out that way. That's where the disconnect comes in. That's where the rub comes in. Like, for example, I'm not able to cash out my Amazon Canada affiliate money, and I have a couple of $100 up in Canada. But the amount of paperwork that I would have to do and the amount of ass pain I would have to file, and then I'd have to file Canadian taxes every year from this point forward. I'm not interested in doing that for a couple of $100. And as far as, yeah, is it a skill issue? Yeah, sure, it's a skill issue. The issue is I don't have enough skill at a shitty combat design game. I don't know who designed level 1 goblins to have this much health compared to how much damage level 1 abilities do. Like, if you wanted to do this little area on this side, oh, you need the quote that shows it's real money? Oh, I got you. Fuck, I got that. Give me 1 second. I got you. No fucking worries on that. I got you. Let's see. It's in one of these. Mm-hmm. There you go. I'll go to this one so I can make it. Yep, there you go. It's right there. Payouts occur quarterly and will begin after Ashes of Creation is officially launched. In order to receive cash payouts, users must fill out the correct tax paperwork for the region ahead of quarterly payout, which includes identity confirmation. If choosing to receive in-game credits, the total will be added to your in-game balance and can be used for in-game purchases. And then, because They actually give a cash example where they say the YouTuber would receive $10,000 back. So, yes, absolutely. It is absolutely cash. One thing I don't understand is how Steven thinks he can trick his own community. If people got some brains, we can easily uncover his lies. He posted lots of old stuff at the forums. It's a matter of this. It is a matter of... Wait. Phase 2 felt great. They need to balance it with Phase 3. PvP caravans and money-making shouldn't feel like endgame content. I got bad news for you, Triple Killer. PvP caravans and money-making is in-game content. And it's always that, as far as that, that's always been the endgame design. Like, this is where you'll have to forgive me because it's been a couple of years since I stayed up to date on Ashes. But caravans have always been endgame design. Not necessarily your caravan. Not necessarily the caravan that you're running, but now that they've changed everything and now you have Arcade style cargo packs on your back, all that shit changes. I have no idea what direction they're going now. But the weekly tax caravans that go up to the castle were always meant to be endgame content. As far as the economy, I don't think I can speak on what they had intended the economy to be, because I heard the other day that you no longer need the lower level items to make higher level items. They've completely abandoned that style of crafting, which was such a key part of their crafting system anyway. Now you just need to get all the materials. Well, what you've basically done then is you've made lower level crafting completely worthless. If, say for example, you want to make a steel sword, so you need an iron sword, an iron blade to make a steel blade, that's good, because it means the level 30 crafter who doesn't get any XP from making iron blades, if he needs iron blades, it puts a pull on the whole crafting system. It means I'm level 30. It's a waste of my time, effort, energy, resources to make iron blades when I can find a person to say, hey, you're level 20, make 20 iron blades for me. You'll get XP from that. I'll buy them for you. Your leveling costs you nothing, right? As opposed to if you don't have that lower level item needed, and the majority of the population is past equipping iron blades. No, it doesn't destroy the gathering system. Remember, I haven't reduced the pull here. I'll do this. I haven't reduced the pull on the gathering system at all. I've made the pull on the gathering system equally strong. I've just rearranged who does what on the crafting side to keep crafting relevant. So, 2 examples. Example over here where I don't need the lower level item. Lower level item, not needed. So I need to make a steel blade. And I need 150 iron ore. And I need some other bullshit material, right? Versus lower level item needed. So to make the steel blade, I need 50 iron ore and half as much of the bullshit item and an iron blade. And then to make an iron blade, I need 100 iron ore and half of the bullshit item needed. The trick here is I have in no way, shape, or form lessened the pull on the gathering system. But what I've done is this guy gets 0 XP for making this item. He is more likely to save time, gonna go to an auction house or a lower level crafter and say, hey, I need to make 20 steel blades, make me 20 iron blades. And the lower level crafter does that, gets 5 levels of XP, doesn't cost him anything but the cost of the bullshit material, because the guy above him bought the product. Now, you might say, well, the lower level guy might not want to do that because he's going to need those iron blades when he makes steel blades. Absolutely true. Completely different thing. The guy on the top, however, he doesn't have any iron blades sitting around because he was the first blacksmith in an area leveling through. He sold all of his iron blades as equipable items to adventurers. That's where they had a really good fucking economy idea 7 years ago, and I don't know what the fuck happened. Lower level item, keeping the lower level items present is way smarter than replacing the lower level item with just the raw material component. If you want to have an interdependent economy. But it seems like Intrepid, and I'm going to shit on them, they haven't had a person on staff with the fucking chops, with the pedigree to be an economy designer. They have a bunch of people with some ideas. And if they were going to do this fucking economy change, then why, if Steven had done so many interviews in the past, why didn't he just do fireside chat interviews with some creators and say, and obvious, I'm not saying me. If I was Intrepid Studios, I'd never fucking talk to me again. If I was Intrepid Studios, honestly, if I was Steven, I'd send me an apology and a fucking check and be like, here's your referral money. Will you please fuck off now? And I'd be like, yeah, thanks. Cool. If I got my referral money today and an apology, I'd fuck right off. I'd uninstall this shit right now. The fucking zero fucks given. I'm gonna grab another soda. I'll be right back. Now, your brain was going towards infinitely higher ore rarity. Right. Now, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Remember I said half of some bullshit item? That's where the other tweak in the economy comes from. You never want anything to be made out of a single item. Do you want half of that bullshit item to be an alchemy item? Coke? Do you want half of that to be whatever the other applicable item for the construction of steel? And that's where you could go a lot of directions with. You could absolutely go a lot of different directions with how do you build it. I'm just saying, from a basic, don't do that point of view. Don't do what they did and not require the lower level items. But you see, my other problem, where I'm not the one who misrepresented the truth, but I got accused of masquerading my what the fuck is this? You think I'd be able to remember this fucking quote? It's much healthier when losing hope to take breaks. That's my general advice I stick to for creators that feel they are losing hope and patience and masquerading it as truth-telling. Well, fuck you, buddy. Because I'm not the one who masqueraded having Rocco Scans Dizo as my lead game designer. No. Because honestly, at that point, everybody else needs to fight with them for a fucking refund. Steven put my name up in his fucking mouth. It really pissed me the fuck off. Because I've never told one fucking lie about this. I've never told one fucking lie about this company. Because I haven't needed to. All I've ever done is tell the truth. And even when Steven got fucking, and Margaret got angry at me, all I said to Steven was, where did I lie? Well, it's not about being honest. That's the same thing as the fucking politician the other day. When the fuck is it not about being honest? Well, Steven knows he fucked up. He's probably a bit scared about the truth coming out to the community. Then don't you think you shouldn't put the fucking name of the guy who doesn't care if the world burns down? Because I don't need this. This is not, I don't make any money doing this. All the fucking tips, bits, subs, referrals, ad revenue, it goes to PGN Music. I think I'm on par to make maybe $600 this year on Twitch. I don't give a fuck. Why put my name? It should have just been like content creators. Proxy, Ziz, Narc. Because here's the thing. Did Narc go off the fucking deep end? Yeah, he did. Narc framed something in a bad way. Narc framed something in a bad way. You shouldn't frame something. You should never, ever, ever, ever frame something in such a way that makes you look disingenuous. Why would you specify people directly? You could just say some content creators. Yes, you could absolutely say some content creators. You are 100% correct. You could absolutely say some content creators have chosen to go a little off the deep end. No problem. He didn't care at that point, was 100% sure he will delete his channel and do something else. He did delete his channel, and he did start a new one. He started a new YouTube channel. Our entire guild of 100 plus is still trying to funnel as much gold to the 6 or so processors with either materials or gold, and they are still struggling. Right. And that right there, I'll give it. Ready? When Intrepid Studios decided to make a freehold change without an economy designer, it was pretty evident that they didn't know what the fuck they were doing, because you don't put a bottleneck at processing and then not know how you're going to resolve that bottleneck. The trick is you need to know, you need to have a plan. Okay? Now, I think I put them back on the shelf. Not long ago, oh, here they are. So, here's Vampire the Requiem. Here's Vampire the Requiem LARP rules. And then there was a paper-bound modification to the Camarilla. And I was one of the combat people who helped translate the LARP rulebook to the organizations thing. In tabletop, you can one-shot a fellow vampire. You can literally do so much damage to them that you kill them. In the LARP organization, we don't want it to be role-playing like dice roll. We want it to be LARP, like theater, because the name of the thing is called the Mind's Eye Theater. So we had rules in place that limited how much damage you could do. Didn't matter if on tabletop you could do 14 damage, you were capped at no more than 3 aggravated in a single action. And that's good. When they decided to release the new books, they took that old LARP rule and they factored it in to the design, and they literally have alternative rules for if you are LARPing, here it is. If you are not LARPing, here it is. And so what they did was they balanced it. What's the point of building a warrior-cased vampire if you're capped at how much damage you can do? So they in the earlier books, it sucked. But in the later versions, they said, this is what we want. This is the design we want. Great, good, awesome. If you want to throttle development, and here's where Intrepid's flaw is. They're not building a game and testing what's ready. They're building an environment for customers to test so they can continue to make money. And when you start doing that, you have a lot of problems, because now you're building not for the future, you're building for the financial sheet. This game is not, this should not be in full-time testing right now. From what Triple Killer just said, if you have 100 people feeding 6 processors and they're still struggling, what you're doing is you're building a system and you're collecting data on a system you know, or you should know, is completely flawed. That is a flawed, terrible system. That means if you have 100 people trying to filter into 6 players, how is the average small guild supposed to engage in ashes? Never lived paycheck to paycheck in a game before. There you go. You never lived paycheck to paycheck in a game before this phase. And I'm not saying that I'm not saying that the game is not savable. But I'm saying in a big part of it, I don't think they want to recognize the flaws they have. And the biggest flaw is you don't have a good game. Well, we have 12,000 people that are saying our game is good. Yeah, you sold 150,000 Alpha 2 packs. You have enough server space for 12,000 of them. Why are you in more than 100,000, but I don't know what the number is. That's the Abraham Wald thing. That's the survivorship bias.
Saw you kill Goblin. It's interest sloppy. Give it here. Let me put a shine on it for you. One that befits it.
Do you think player roundtable will help with them receiving the feedback of changing course on any systems? No. In Triple Killer, let me say this. Absolutely not. You know why? They don't need the feedback of the people still in their Discord, still in their community. They need the feedback of the 88,000 people who gave up on the game. They need the feedback of all the people who left. Because, and this is not an insult to the White Knights, if you love Ashes in the current form it is, then stop getting in the way of people that are trying to give critical feedback. You know where you got that idea? Arcade Guild Leader Council, which was a part during Tryon's Alpha. Which was even funnier because even Tryon knew that's when Scapes, Evan Behrman was an amazing fucking community manager that Tryon shit on and set up for failure. This is literally, I was just telling about a friend of mine about Ashes. It's like a group of people prototyping while collecting money. Yes. If they are inspired by Arcade, then there won't be any feedback listened to. No. In honesty, what I will say is there were 12 people. If you don't know this, there were 12 content creators in a program at the end when the Blue Muzzy was the community manager. There were 12 of us in a channel with Muzzy. And our feedback was actually getting through to the Korean developers. Because Muzzy was taking our feedback, giving it to the Korean team. The Korean team was coming back and asking for more information. Because Jake's song had just come back from Civilization Online, which had been shit canned. And Jake's song was very angry about the direction that the team he had left to run and manage Arcade. So if you remember, Jake's song did a thing where he came back and he absolutely apologized to the community, but it wasn't very well put forward by Tryon. They were actually getting feedback. Another game that does this very, very well on paper is EVE Online, the CSM, the Council of Interstellar Management. They do a really, really good job because they get pointed feedback. The issue is...
You're a new face around here. Wonderful. I'm permitted to offer you. You'll find it just north of us.
The issue becomes... I think it would be fair to say that before I got just fed up of arguing with the Void, I gave pointed feedback with not just my opinion, but also facts, figures, other games. But it doesn't matter if the game developer wants a game a certain way, then it doesn't matter what feedback you give. And the trick is, I'm sorry if saying the truth, there is a difference between talking shit about a person and telling the truth about a shitty person. If Steven believes he has integrity, then no amount of me telling Steven, I don't think you have integrity, is going to change anything. It would take, the only people that could get through to Steven would be the sycophants who are in his what is that $2,500 club again? The Phoenix Initiative? Unless the Phoenix Initiative turned on him and said, hey, all that shit that Jay brings up, I hate the fucking guy, but explain that. Explain that. Here's a real question, and I'm not being snarky. What's the likelihood Steven allows someone who's primary critical of his project being on his roundtable? The fact that the community has run off every dissenting voice with quiet approval from Intrepid inspires zero fake that feedback is listened to. I don't mind when people want to give me feedback. You're being an asshole. Cool. But when a guy comes in and is just shit and talking me on my YouTube channel, all your messages are going to be hidden. When I give you a pointed question, when was I wrong and when did I double down? Because I want to remind people, and this is egotistical and that's fine. I'm the only person to ever ask Steven and Jeffrey Bard a question about a system they'd mentioned and completely stumped them. And I wasn't trying to play Stump-a-Chump. To date, and it could have changed in the last 2 years because I haven't watched the last 2 years of live streams. But up until that point, I'm the only person who knew systems about Ashes better, quite literally, than the creative director and the lead game designer. Because they'd forgotten the idea of citizenship tickets. So I was writing an article and I was like, hey, I need to know how this works. And I asked, and Steven and Jeff kind of looked at each other and like, what the hell's a citizenship ticket? And then I was PMing, I'm like, because remember, back in the day, and I don't know what's changed, in order to be a citizen of a node, you have to have housing. But then they realized early on, they wouldn't necessarily have enough apartments, freeholds, and houses in a stage 3 node. And so they were going to allow a certain number of citizenship tickets to be sold so that you could be a citizen of that node without having the prerequisite housing, which I thought was a great idea. And then I asked the follow-up question. I said, hey, is the number of citizenship tickets going to go up the same way that the number of houses goes up at each node development? And they were like, what's a citizenship ticket? Well, is then a citizenship ticket bullshit? Was it something you made up? Like the system they're calling server meshing. I'm going to correct you because you put it in quotes. Dynamic gridding is what they're calling it. It's something that has been done for well over a decade, but it isn't used for real-time or rapid data streaming. MMORPGs in modern times don't even need that kind of tech. Using an interest management system is more than enough, and it's the reason it's not being done by even the biggest MMORPG publishers. Right, and Aaron, I think you and I have talked on occasion. Dynamic gridding won't solve your problem unless you're doing proper content density management. And in an MMORPG, if you're doing proper content density management, then you shouldn't even need to be thinking about developing dynamic gridding. If you're making it so that fast travel doesn't allow 500 people to get to one event, then your grid doesn't have to support 500 people. Like, if your grid is designed, I don't even know what any of these fucking things are, so I'm just going to pick one. If that right there is a world boss, and your grid can hold 200 people around that world boss, and the speed of getting there is in, hour plus, not minutes, then you don't need to have a dynamic gridding solution because your grid can hold 200, and from spawn to the 30-minute mark, you might have 50. From the 30-minute mark to the 60-minute mark, you might have 100. Well, if it takes 2 hours to exceed your plateau, you don't need a dynamic gridding system. What you've done is you've specifically moved that world boss onto its own grid so that instead of having the nearby town and the fishermen and a little open quest and like the 900 of those fucking level 1 goblins. Remember, each one of those goblins on a grid has to be managed by the grid. Think of the grid as, you know, the referee. And the referee has to know every single movement. Well, the way you do content management is we're going to put a world boss here. We're expecting it to be a contested world boss. So the grid is not the same size because they don't have to be uniform sized grids. We're going to put the world boss in the middle of it. And then if 500 versus 500 people show up, then we've fucked up somewhere. We've allowed the content to not be properly spread out. You were about to ask if the housing situation was fixed. Been away from Ashes. Fairly certain they said every player would have some form of housing. But then when they revealed the number of houses, freeholds and apartments, and 50,000 player limit per server, I scratched your head. Right. So apartments are instanced. So this right here isn't a bad idea. This is basically the Final Fantasy XIV Fate system right here. The Horns of Betrayal. Level 8, active player 7. That's a good thing. I doubt we'll see more than 12,000 players in a world server. You're right, because the target has never been 12,000. Well, hold on, let me back that up, because I want to give accurate information so I don't give Steven a hook to hang me with. 50,000 people assigned to a server, 10,000 concurrent players. The fact he'd be worried about is if he's expecting mass population in one area, and we shouldn't expect that. Was told this node size will double when static housing is added. Right, but the nodes have a finite maximum space. So remember years ago when Steven talked about the travel time between two nodes, by the time he added in all the sizes, it was something like 2.5 minutes between nodes.
You're a newcomer, right?
And then I believe that's why they ultimately removed 30%. Well, they removed like 17% of the nodes, and then they removed 30% of the total overall. Yeah, they made the landmass bigger, and they reduced the number of nodes. So each zone, well, settlement, I'm sorry, am I using the outdated term? Hey, that wolf is... Okay, so that right there is another example, and I'm not a game developer, but what I'm telling you right there is that shouldn't do that. That slate wolf right there shouldn't do what it just did. It should, it shouldn't. I'm not going to use the right words here, but other people will translate. A mob should spawn, and it should have a fixed point, and it should have a tether. So it spawns, and it can go to the maximum length of its tether. When it gets to the maximum length of its tether, it should be told, you're approaching the maximum length of your tether, turn around and walk back with a normal animation back to your spawn point, because your spawn point is your tether. Now, you can have a single tether with multiple spawn points, which isn't needed for trash mobs, but if you want to make the world look more spicy, you can do this. It's kind of like you can drive a car with your feet, but it's not a good fucking idea. You want to have 30 mobs in an area. You never want to have more than 30 mobs spawned at one time. So each mob has a spawn point. Each mob has a tether. Each tether, Final Fantasy XIV, you predetermine which tethers link to each other. So if I pull that wolf, I get that wolf, that bee, and that dragonfly. Maybe bees and dragonflies don't link to any wolves, but when I pull that wolf, I get 2 other wolves. And it's however you want to link them. But you shouldn't have mobs fucking off that far. Now, what if you have a mob that's specifically designed to chase a player? You can do that. And again, I don't have the right vocabulary, but the player becomes the tether to the spawned mob. So it doesn't matter how far you go, you're never outrunning it. Where this does become a problem is when you cross a grid line. Because you have to transfer that entire profile package to the new grid line. Remember, we used to have zone lines. We used to run for the zone. People would be training mobs. That's because when you hit the zone line, that black screen, the new zone says, fuck your character profile package. I just want the profile. I don't want any of that other shit. Remember in the old days, the old days, if you had dots and hots and other things on you and you would cross a zone line, oh shit, let's even go like the really, really old days. Remember when you crossed the zone line and you lost your buffs as well? Well, that was because the gaining grid didn't want, and we used to not be able to do seamless. The gaining grid said, I don't want any of that other shit about the character. I want the character off of the character database. Give me that. All this other shit, I don't want. Well, now we've made it so we can do seamless transitions, which is good. It's good. It's better shit. It's double cheese on my Whopper. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. But we have to know why the fuck is that wolf gone on a fucking joyride? Hors d'oeuvres. Nice name. They're so good at programming that they coded special weird wolves. Exactly. Isn't the world a bit small for the freehold to not be at every crossroad? So, I can't answer that question because I haven't stayed up to date on Ashes of Creation's development. So I can't speak about the freehold system. But freeholds were everywhere in phase 2, but I remember that they completely changed the freehold system. So I don't want to speak out of turn about it because I'm not knowledgeable. Did they eventually reverse their reverse? Or are freeholds now restricted to freehold zones? Because remember, when I left... What's up? When I left, what I was... The last statement I had from them about freeholds was they were going to be restricted to freehold zones. And they weren't going to be easily obtainable for individuals. They were going to be more a guild thing.
Have you attuned to the Ember Spring? Excellent. Let it be...
You know what it says to me that they keep backing off on the freehold thing over and over, that they can't make it work? Freeholds are still a very placeholder state. I'm not asking if they're placeholder, because according to Steven, the whole game is placeholder. I'm asking, did they change the design intention? I think they have a specific spot. The deed needs to be bought after becoming a citizen and then built with the construction crate system. See, and that is a complete reversal of the entire... See, I don't mind if they change their design ideas. Wasn't it said at one point guilds would get a guild hall guarantee when they reached a certain guild level? Yes. But that was kind of, how shall we say, scrubbed because they didn't know, because originally there was also another system called Guild Fortresses, which were supposed to be a system for the guilds that couldn't get a castle. There was still, because remember, guild wars weren't necessarily supposed to just be like the Arcade Guild War system where you go to town and you beat the shit out of each other for an hour. They were supposed to be kind of maybe in a guild war, one of your officers is a mini boss and the other guild needs to come kill that mini boss. Meanwhile, you don't have a guild fortress, but they do. So you have to go raid that guild fortress. I'm astonished how passionate you are about the game when you say everything is going to the bottom, but we all want the game to be good, so I can see why we're all feeling a bit frustrated. Can we stop the fucking happy-go-lucky, jerk each other off bullshit rhetoric? Because that doesn't help anybody. And I'm being honest. When you say, but we all want the game to be good, so I can see why we're all feeling a bit frustrated and disappointed to what happened to Ashes, can we please stop that bullshit? Because for years, I'm glad Narc gets all the credit for ringing the alarm bell. But I'd been ringing the shit out of that bitch for 2 years while he was taking shots at me for being overly negative. All of the people that are suddenly now... Yeah, why complicate it when they could have made the same fucking system as Arcade? Oh. Apparently I got one anyway. Yeah, the state of the game is absolute trash. But see, Surge in general, if you say that, Steven will dismiss it as vitriol, and Margaret will say you calling it absolute trash is you trying to get people to take physical action that people to take action that will cause physical harm to the developers. Have I ever, the motherfucker, called for physical harm to be done to one of the developers? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Abso-motherfucking-lutely not. I would never... Yeah, Narc was reviewing me and slamming my views while he was high on his fucking copium, and then when he wanted to go negative, I give a fair opinion. I would like to say I give a fair, level-headed opinion, but I want to remind you all, it's in an interview. And this is where Steven doesn't remember. I said in an interview while interviewing Steven, while interviewing the fucking man, right? I said, feedback of this sucks is useless feedback. You need to give feedback that says, this sucks because. Steven literally turned around and said, he says, no, feedback of this sucks is fine.
Brilliant. If and ye ever need all Herald.
You got banned from their Twitch. You got banned from their Twitch stream. That sucks. You got banned from their Twitch stream. I wonder why. So, and this isn't me being a dickhead. I mean, I know a lot of the white knights are going to say that I'm a dickhead. That's fine. Have your fucking opinion. If Steven's so here's where the you can talk the talk, can you walk the walk? If you're so sure that what you're building is going to be great, why not offer refunds since you're 5 years, 8 months, and 10 days late? Where does greatness come from? Because you're late as fuck. And you're going to be... And you built an action combat system. I think the combat is... Literally, I think the combat in this game is dog water. I think the entire development pathway is dog water. I think the graphics, if these are what they're supposed to be, are fine and passable. Greatness is like piss. It's stored in the balls. It would be one thing. Said that there's no dopamine and the crafting system is shit and doesn't respect players' time. And guess what? From what I know about, like, look at this. Look at these mobs pathing back. Those mobs should have been grabbed by a tether. There is no reason a mob would cross the entire bridge. And the only thing combat is the best part of this game right now, and that's fucking scary, because this combat sucks. Success comes from failure, but you rise up from that and address the problems. Right. Way too much is missing from the game. Underrealm, story arcs, player housing, questing. Yes! How the fuck can you say How the motherfuck can you say your game is in Alpha 2, Phase 3, when your game is this bad? Like, okay, you say, why does the combat suck? This is what I have for a skill kit right now. And as you've noticed, I'm not deliberately sandbagging my playthrough. I'm not sandbagging my playthrough at all. I'm playing through to the best of what they've given me. And I have skipped level 3, but isn't every level... No, fucking bullshit, man. We gotta stop that bullshit. If you take Ashes of Creation and you compare it to Arcade, BDO, Revelation Online, Final Fantasy XIV, all those other games, they crawl, walk, run you through the beginning part. Even games that are survival-based, that want there to be hard, you get more instructions on how to play 7 Days to Die than you get. I did try dodging. Believe it or not, my dodge is bound to left shift. And I wasn't dodging. I wasn't able to. So don't say, bro, you didn't even try dodging. I was pressing left shift. Or not left shift. Which one is it? Hold on. Not left shift. Maybe I'm wrong. Thank you. Maybe I am wrong. Let me see if I rebound that. Good call out. Good. I'll take that one. That's a good call out. Key bindings. Where the fuck is dodge? Z. Okay. On that one, sure. That was me. I'll try it again on this one. It's Z, which I still think is a weird... I'm going to say this. Somebody earlier said when I got called out, I doubled down. I was wrong. I rebound. Okay, so yeah, I have it bound wrong. That's my fault. But I'm going to also ask a question. And I mean this. Do you think tab target players are going to like this game with active blocking, active dodging? And yeah, assuming I can rebind it, I will probably rebind it to shift. I can't bind it to alt because I'm afraid of their player flagging system. I'm tab target and I love the combat. Then you're not tab target. I'm sorry. I want your tab target player card and I want to kick you out. Because you're not tab target if you want active blocking. That makes you hybrid combat. It makes you enhanced tab. But if you like active dodging and active blocking, you're not a tab target Andy. You can't, that's the thing. You can't be both. You can't say I'm a tab target player, but I like active dodging. You're not a fucking tab target player. I don't mind the roll. Right, and the roll is fine because you would say, I like the roll, what about... But I can't. No, I'm telling you, you can't. I mean, you can call yourself fucking Meliumpkin, the queen of the fucking field mice, the dormouse. You can do that, but it's not really accurate to say, I'm a tab target Andy and I like active dodge. What's your game of choice? Yeah, you would be tab enhanced, which would be fine. I'm a former Guild Wars... I'm not, but you could be like, I'm a former Guild Wars 2 player. I'd be like, cool, I get it. That's why you like the active dodge. There's nothing wrong, and here's the trick. I'm not saying you're wrong for liking the active dodge, but you absolutely are wrong to say, I'm a tab target Andy, and I like these things. Well, what you're trying to do is you're trying to repaint and redefine what a tab target Andy is. And that doesn't work. There are tab target players, there are action players, and then there is a spectrum of how much tab enhanced I want until I get to a crossover point, and then how much action with tab features do I want. And there's nothing wrong with that. Abso-fucking-lutely. There's nothing wrong with that. That's my point. But you can't say I'm a tab target Andy all the way to the tab side, but I also like this active dodge thing. Well, then one of those two statements is false. You're either not a tab target Andy, or you don't really like the dodge and you're just saying you do. If you really like the dodge, you're just not on the 0 starting point. Maybe you're at 7, maybe you're at 10, maybe you're at 11. Since you don't have block bound, I'd say maybe you're at 10, 9. But if you love tab target combat pure, you're not going to like the active dodge. Guild Wars 2 player is going to say, I think it's great. Yeah, I thought the fucking action camera wasn't great in Guild Wars. But who the fuck? Yeah, you like the dodge, and that's fine. Like the dodge. The action camera drove me away from... Yeah, the action camera drives some people away. Let's see. I don't even know how to fuck... You know, it would be nice if they actually had a decent keybind so that you could see everything that's bound. Does anybody know what the fuck F is natively bound to? Oh, I think it's loot, isn't it? Yeah, that's not gonna work. That will remove interact. Shit. Well, that's fine. Nope, I won't do that. I'll do V. And then where the fuck is interact to? One thing I would say I hate about keybinds is there's 4 different interaction keybinds. Yeah, and you know what that is? That's something where if you're going to do something stupid in a game, at least tell everybody why you did something stupid. Tell everybody why you did that stupid thing so everybody can say, oh, that's why you did the stupid thing. Got it. All right, so here's... Oh, I guess there are level 3s here too. There's 3s and 4s mixed in. That mob was a little bit better. I guess this is a lot faster if you party up at level 1 and you just grind through everything together. I'm imagining. They made a separate interact for climbing on your mount, for example, rather than being a different key. I think they should have made mount share the interact key, but you have separate... Too many words, man. Too many words. F is interact, G is mount. F should still work to mount. Yeah, it should. Because it should be... I want to interact with the closest thing to me. That's coming in November. Huge update. My question is then, if that shit's not coming to November, why did they start Alpha 2 Phase 3 now? Because don't you think Underrealm, story arcs, player housing, questing, don't you think all that stuff, like, isn't all that stuff why you test for alpha? Like, and I'm not trying to be a jerk off, but the nodes didn't work in Alpha 1. The nodes didn't work in Alpha 1. You had to manually hand jam node levels in Alpha 1. They still don't work now. So what I would love, yeah, nodes still aren't working. I would love for somebody at Intrepid to explain what exactly they're testing. What exactly features, systems are they testing at the moment? And what data do they need? Because I don't think you need any more data. Right? I don't think you need any more data to know that your node system's not working. And I'm not a developer, I'm not a developer at all. But what I do know is you have to have core systems function before you have everybody touching everything. The node system still doesn't work. The announcement was, we're manually restoring XP. Why would you have to ever manually restore XP? Because if you can see in a log somewhere the missing XP, why can the system not see the missing XP? You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be like a fucking douchebag, but why can't explain that? You can see it in a log, but the system can't see it. The system can't automatically apply it, but you as a GM can see it. What you have right there is you have a fucked up game. Neighboring nodes automatically become vassals when the node levels. Right, as they were supposed to. Let me help you with that. Neighboring nodes automatically were supposed to be vassals. So that's not working properly. That goes all the way the fuck back to 2017. It has always been a race to get your node to level 1 because the lockout begins at level 1. Then they changed it. Then it was always a race to get to level 3 because once you were a functioning node, you automatically vassalized the chain underneath you. So if you're saying that's not working, again, that's why the title of the show is Ashes 090, because I have no idea what's going on. When I left 2 years ago, that's how the system was designed to work. You would automatically vassalize, and that was part of why the race is on. You would then need to contract outside people because you couldn't siege or participate in a siege on your parent node, your grandparent node, or your great-grandparent node. And guess what? You're not going to like me on this one. That's exactly how it should be. Shell. Apply shell. A protective magic shell surrounds you, absorbing 500% magical power worth of damage before breaking. Hey, magic bubble. So how do you ever unlock yourself? Nodes have been changed so much to where they seem unrecognizable from what they were originally talked about. True. How do you unlock yourself? You don't. That's the whole trick. Think about CK3. You can't rise up against your liege unless you can form a faction. If they wanted to have a faction system, they could do that. How do you ever level yourself up? What you have to do is you have to get outsiders to come in and attack the node, siege it, so you unlock your block. That was actually good. I thought I hated Ashes. I never hated Ashes. I got burned out of Ashes because I got tired of the fucking bullshit and I got tired of being lied to. And then I'm only back today, and I'm going to be back every time I'm back, and I'm no longer going to be fucking polite about it until I get a fucking apology for Steven's fucking bullshit statement right there, because I have never once taken my disenfranchisement with the game and masqueraded it as the truth. I've always told the truth about this son of a bitch game. I've never not told the truth. And I have directly challenged him on 3 occasions where he's been mad at me, and I've literally said, where did I not tell the truth? And he's never been able to come back to me and said, this is where you didn't tell the truth. What he said to me one time was, it's not just about the truth, it's about how you frame it. Fuck how I frame it. If you don't like me, fucking slurp my hole if you don't like me. When you put my fucking name in a list of Death Proxy, Ziz, and Narc, 2 of those 3 fucking lied about your game. I ain't ever lied about your game. But I sure as fucking gonna keep telling the uncomfortable truth about it, and then you can explain to your community. You can explain it. You can fucking explain it. You can explain why you still owe $15,000 in back taxes. You can explain why you lost your fucking company name to GigaBear. If you guys didn't know this, GigaBear was the CEO of Intrepid Studios for I think 2 or 3 days. Intrepid Studios was in bad standing with the California Franchise Tax Board. They actually lost their company name. GigaBear was the CEO. He didn't want to fuck about with it and hold on to it. I would have been a petty bitch. I would have held on to it, and I would have sent them a cease and desist. He was. He only held on to it for 4 days because it would have cost him a lot of money. He changed that real quick after I found GigaBear's other businesses and address. Had nothing to do with you, Jamie. I don't know why you would think it had anything to do with you. He doesn't give a shit. Know his address. People sent the FBI to his house. And what? You had nothing to do with GigaBear giving it up. GigaBear and I talked through the entire process. He may have DM'd you about it. He DM'd me too about it. He literally said it would be too costly for him to hold on to it. He also said, if I was being an asshole about it, I would hold on to it for the entire 60 days. He voluntarily rescinded it at I think the 4-day mark so that John Moore could apply to reclaim the name. If GigaBear had just sat on the name, he could have sat on it for 60 days. And if GigaBear had wanted to be a real bitch, GigaBear could have sat on the name for 60 days, contacted the federal government through EFTPS and said, there is a company using my name, and because Intrepid Studios was in bad standing with the California Franchise Tax Board, they would not have legally been allowed to submit new articles of incorporation, so they would have had to form a completely new company with a complete new EIN. So, GigaBear decided to show the community, fuck you all, I'm not stupid. I literally took their company name and I could hold them hostage. Because you can't apply for an EIN until you have articles of incorporation. So, yeah, people have sent the FBI to his house. People have literally fucking doxed him and tried to get him killed. Where the fuck is he? Literally people sent the FBI to his house. At what point is that guy going to be afraid anymore? Now, I'm not defending the shit that GigaBear did. But sending the FBI to his house? That's some low-class shit. That's some next-level Bush League bullshit. But yeah, you notice that Intrepid still hasn't paid their $15,000 in back taxes. It's a minor remember when Steven said it's a minor clerical error? It's a minor clerical error. It's all been resolved. It's a minor clerical error. Oh. Then why did GigaBear take your fucking company name? If it's all been resolved. See, that's where Intrepid... That's the difference between me and Steven. Steven wants to say that I paint a picture and I call it truth-telling. What I do is I just call it truth-telling. I just tell the truth about it. Did GigaBear do some next-level shit that he shouldn't have done? Abso-fucking-lutely. Do I condemn him for interrupting Extra Life for Kids, whatever, 2018, 2019? Abso-fucking-lutely I do. If you're going to disrupt Extra Life for Kids, then you're a horrible fucking human being. I'm sorry. If you ever interrupt anybody's charity drive for kids, fuck you. Unless you want to interrupt it by fucking donating the rest of their goal, then fuck you. But yeah, he held on to the fucking company name for 4 days. And then John Moore had to apply to get it back, which is funny because I don't think they should have even been able to get it back. I think they might have paid their back due taxes in order to get into good standing in order to get their name back. They have one outstanding back due tax thing. If they get another one, they'll be in bad standing again. And if anybody wants to look it up, it's available. All you got to do is Google California corporate search. And look up all their UCCs. It's just like, again, I said for years, if you have investors, of course you have investors. Of course you have investors. You should have investors. You should always have investors. You should always be spending somebody else's money. But when you tell your community you don't have investors, then explain who the Yaya Legacy Trust is. And why did they sue you? Why does the Yaya Legacy Trust have a claim against all of your assets filed in California? Just explain it. Why is in a lawsuit with Streamline Media, why do you have, why does Streamline Media say that you were trying to secure another round of investment in Intrepid Studios? Because you had no problem early on saying you were funding the core viable product, then why were you masquerading anything else as the truth? I can't speak on what they have because for two reasons. Number one, it doesn't matter how, the thing is though, it doesn't matter how, it wouldn't matter if the valuation is 1%. A lie is a lie and a truth is a truth. And then anything that's not a full lie and anything that's not a full truth is some shade of gray. Yeah, right. It doesn't matter what the valuation is. But when you say, I don't have investors, but you have investors. Wait, hold on. I better cover my ass. Hold on. Excuse me. I gotta cover my, yeah, I'm not really, Salty, I'm not really trying to be Gamer of the Year here. Hold on, I gotta cover my ass so that, so I don't get in trouble. Documents, lawsuit stuff. Just so that we don't, just so that there's no accusations that I say things and I masquerade it as truth telling. I don't want to get in trouble for that. During the visit, Mr. Sharif promised to make payments for milestones 1 and 2. Mr. Sharif even stated Intrepid Studios would pay for 3 milestones for a total dollar amount of $241,500, but asked for Streamline Media to agree to delay receipt of the payment until 1 January 2019 due to a round of investment in Intrepid Studios Mr. Sharif was trying to have closed before then. Isn't that illegal, opening claiming not to have investors when you do and selling based on that information? I'm not your lawyer. I'm not their lawyer. I'm not a lawyer in California, so I don't know what it would be. The trick is that you can, I believe it's not illegal, and here's why. Not your lawyer, not giving you advice. The trick is you can lie to everybody but your shareholders. The courts have actually ruled you can lie to customers. You can lie to customers. You just have to tell the right lies to customers. And he's actually claiming to have fully funded the game himself. No, that's where he covers himself. Again, I need to make sure that I don't masquerade anything as truth-telling. Steven has never claimed that he's fully funding the game himself. I went back and I looked. He's only ever claimed that he's funding the core viable product himself. My question then is, where is said core viable product? I won't get an answer. Grass-fed, free-range ashes of creation. Right, exactly. Organic. Right, exactly. Organic, all new. Now with 29.4% less node systems. And by the way, if anybody wants to know where that 29.4% number comes from, it's when you take 18 nodes out of the development and you take one node level out of the development and you add up all the possible permutations, that's how you get 29.4% less. Because they took 18 nodes completely out and took out a whole node level. Which, by the way, again, I'm not back. I'm just here for a moment. I did turn on basic auto attack. It's on. Because oddly, apparently, your changes go across your whole account. Yeah. Yeah, it goes across your whole account, apparently. Flying monkeys. Then they also have a planned dynamic node grid generation that was scrapped and is now a bunch of copy-pasted nodes. Yes. They originally showed off technology that was going to allow them to generate unique nodes, and then they were going to go in and manually make some changes. They made a big deal about showing off their node development tech. I also, again, I don't deal in rumors. I don't deal in rumors because there's no way for me to cover my ass with rumors. But you notice what I never saw? I never saw technology showcased by Intrepid for quest writing. No. It's not manually making 80 nodes. What it is you generate out however many nodes you need. You're not going to have every single node be completely unique. But what you do is you generate a level 3 economic node, and you have your software generate like 20 of them. And then you can go in, and if none of the 20 are unique enough, you can start manually moving stuff. You can make manual changes. There's nothing... I agree, it seems like an awful lot of workload. But, because again, I'm not a developer, but what I'll say is, some people made a huge deal about Intrepid and all of their APOC skins. If you remember Apocalypse, there were a bunch of different colored skins. And one of the artists that didn't even work at Intrepid came out and said, "Hey guys, I'm an Unreal Engine artist. I just want to let you know that reskinning the same item isn't the same amount of work as making the item work the first time. Once the item goes through all of the bits, me reskinning it to 4 different opinions, or 4 different options, that's not the hard part of the work. The hard part of the work is getting the item to work the first time. So with that, if you're generating out a node and you know it works, it's not a lot of work to tweak it so that it looks different in different places. Like move a building over here, make a different layout. Now what happens with Core just asked is, what about the fact that you have, and I don't, I I haven't done this math in a minute. So you have 4 node types by level 3, level 4, and level 5. So that's 3 because there's no 6 now, right? I'm gonna do 5 races because the truth is, well, no, I'm not. I'm not gonna do 5 races. I'm gonna do 9 races because that's what they said. I'm gonna hold them to their number, not. See, I'm not gonna white knight their number for them. So 4 types by 3 levels by 9 races, which means they have to make a minimum of 108 nodes. And then if there's 85 nodes now, and we divide that by 4 node types, that would mean there's 21 or 22 of each node. So let's say we do 3. Yeah, that would work. 108 times 3. So that means they're really looking at doing 324 computations of nodes. Take off the node not leveling up. No, stop. The fact that the nodes don't level up right now, the nodes do level up. It's not working right now. But the nodes do level up, unless something else has changed. Because if something else has changed. But yeah, you're looking at doing about 324 node layouts. That's not hard. Especially, well, actually, no, it'd still be 100. No, yeah, it would be about 324. If you want to have not every node be a complete copy pasta of another, but 324. The current system is just using the same layout for whatever feature it has. Yeah, and that's where, that's honestly where Intrepid failed. And it doesn't matter. You have to have them in the library. We're not talking about them getting to that level. We're talking about remember, you have to have the asset built in case that node gets to that level. Shit, you have to build an entire race out. What if I'm the only person who ever plays Vec? You still have to have built all the Vec shit out for every class, even if I'm the only person that ever plays it. You have to have it all in there. Somebody might play it. That's getting scrapped. There's nowhere they're able to implement at the pace, their pace on. Yeah. And that's where I said this for years, and the White Knights don't like that I blame them. And unfortunately, the White Knights, in this regard, can eat a dick. You drove all the critics out of the community. Now you're stuck with a game that has no right side bumper. You're trying to bowl on a lane that has a left gutter, pins, and 700 miles of right side fucking lane. There's no pins down there. It's just, where the fuck my ball go? Well, you weren't interested. You weren't interested in somebody saying, why can't you build a core viable product first? And then worry about making it the fucking cat's meow. Why can't you build this first? I just thought about taking it down to the max node that are up. Right, but it doesn't matter because remember, you have to have all 4 types. You have to have all 9 races. You have to build that minimum. And then you have to build all 9 races, all 4 types, and 3 levels of each. That's where their problem was. If they're going to do the map, right? What the fuck are you? If they're going to do the map in classic architecture, here's what they should have. Yes, that should have been a DLC goal. What we're going to do is we're going to design the map. So the first pass through of the map is we control everything. And once we have that built, while we're building that, we're going to make sure, hey, we're going to build it so we control it, but we want to make sure that we include in it a future ability to have the mayor change out buildings. Yeah, Steven said they're not going to balance the nodes, so people will automatically gravitate towards the same nodes. Then guess what, man? Then guess what? Yeah, the Riverlands will only be a 30 zone. Then guess what? When I saw that, because I don't know the intention behind that statement, if the Riverlands is going to be hard capped at a level 30 zone, Intrepid Studios cannot build what they wanted to build, and there's where their problem is. It's that they can't build what they wanted. If you can't build, if your problem is you can't build what you were trying to build, then just say that. Yeah, then the game is not going to be what they sold. Exactly. The moment you put... Are any of the PvP zones up right now? Lawless Zone, active player 40. Lawless Zone, active players 3. Anybody want to bet? Anybody want to take a wild stab that the majority of the people in this zone are all one guild? We need a cloak that gives me the option to give the XP to the node I want. No, you don't. No, you don't. They're pushing for a 2026 release. They'll get fucking crucified. If they try to push for a 2026 release, they're going to get fucking slaughtered. Because they're going to be trapped between Chrono Odyssey and Arcade Chronicles. And I guarantee you that between Chrono Odyssey and Arcade Chronicles, those two games have systems that actually work. Sorry. I believe, guys, this is a belief. Imagine if there was like a Gordon Ramsay, John Tafer, but for video game development rescue. I believe, this is my belief. I'm not painting anything and I'm not masquerading anything, Steven. What I'm saying is I believe Steven has now seen over the precipice. I believe Steven has seen over the precipice and he knows he can't staunch the bleeding. He can't build the game he wants on a budget he can afford. So he's going to release a game and then shed all of his liability. Because remember, all he has to do legally is release the game and claim I couldn't finish it. All he has to do is try to do refunds at 10 cents on the dollar. I still think most of 2026 is going to be quiet for games. Arcade Chronicles and Chrono Odyssey. Kickstarter refunds only go out if he doesn't release. I've got bad news for you. He's not legally by law required to give those Kickstarter refunds. Just in case anybody was under the impression that he's legally bound to do that, refunds aren't part of the Kickstarter terms of service. His statements don't mean shit. They're not in a terms of service. They're not in an end user license agreement. You didn't get a receipt. That's not... He can say all day long he's going to give you a refund. He doesn't have to. What's their actual refund policy? 90 days. Or Jay, are you saying he wouldn't? No, I'm not saying he wouldn't. I'm saying he doesn't have to. I'm just saying that if a guy had the option to give refunds on freehold purchases after radically changing the freehold design, you sold freehold skins for years and years and years and never told people the truth about them. If you're not willing to give refunds about that, because you're not able to give refunds about that, I want to remind you guys, they're being sued by Aetna. And Steven blew off their lawsuit from Aetna as we don't think we categorically deny that we owe them the money. Look, man, I'm just going to be honest, having worked with insurance companies a lot, they're really, really, really fucking certain when you owe them money. They're really fucking certain. When somebody is suing your ass, they are really fucking certain you owe them the money. If they didn't think you owed them the money, they wouldn't be suing you. I actually believe the exact same. They started doing a prototype for pay, and the pay is slowly drying up. I believe this because this weird, strong pivot to release the game as soon as possible. Well, here's the thing. You have two conflicting statements. You have a conflicting statement from Steven that everything, that development began in earnest in 2017, and then you have a statement from a former developer that says everything before Unreal Engine 5 was prototype in development. Well, I'm likely to believe that everything before Unreal Engine 5 was prototype in development, because where the fuck is it all? Why do these classes look completely different? Right? That statement by Steven was either flat out disingenuous or he's ignorant how insurance payments work. Here's everyone's reminder to read your insurance coverage forms before signing. Oh, yeah. But also, here's your reminder. Ready? Don't have a chief financial officer that's already been investigated by multiple states attorney generals, and has lost a class action lawsuit for RICO violations and pyramid schemes. Sorry, Ryan Ogden, but your fucking record is public knowledge. I don't know why they would hire that guy as their CFO when they're a company that's plagued by allegations of being a pyramid scheme. Originally, Steven would always say that it would be out when it's done. No. Fuck that shit. Take that fucking shit back. No, the fuck he didn't say that. No, the motherfuck, that was not what Steven used to say. No, the motherfuck, it was not. That's the bullshit that people got to stop fucking rewriting history. People got to stop rewriting fucking history. Because that's where we're getting into trouble. Official launch date will be before 2020. Okay? That's what Steven used to say. And I used to tell people, as long as that fucking game launches at December 31st, 2019, we're golden. We don't even have all of the 2019 milestones in the game yet. So we got to be real careful when we say shit like what was originally said. What was originally said is this son of a bitch was supposed to be out 5 years ago. Okay, we gotta be careful, because what we can't do, guys, is we can't masquerade the truth. Because when we masquerade the truth, then we're letting our lack of we're letting, our feelings get in the way. That's why we gotta have receipts. Yeah, technically almost 6. 5 years, 5 years, 8 months, and 10 days late. Because it could still launch today, right? We can't count today. They could still say, oh shit, we're launching. Steven doesn't need a criminal lawyer, he needs a criminal lawyer. Yeah. Also, oddly enough, did you know that their new lawyer specializes in California tax franchise board lawsuits? I thought that was funny. When I saw the new lawyer's name on the paperwork, I was like, I wonder what he specializes in. Went and looked him up. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. You specialize in California franchise tax board lawsuits? Ain't that a fucking bitch of irony right there, man? But yeah, I saw somebody mention Chrono Odyssey. I want to remind you what the 2020 misinformation from his team, or he knew he was lying. I didn't say that. You said that. I heard they're doing some marketing campaign. Yeah, their marketing campaign is they're doing a big content creator push. Think I'm gonna get my invite? Hold on. Do you think they're gonna honor my invitation? Because I already have one. I had one 4 years ago. Think they're gonna honor it? If you guys want to find a real game developer, a real no shit game developer, his name is Josh. On my Twitch channel below, let me make sure it's still there. On my Twitch channel, I believe, and I'll give a link to anyone else. Yeah, I'm not asking you to back this game because I will no longer ask my community to ever again back anything. Just this game called Eternal Tombs. This developer is fucking badass. The lead developer at Eternal Tombs, he's a fucking developer. He's a man's man developer. One of his staff members came to my channel and then he got into a fucking fight with me, which is always a dumb idea. Like, if you don't like what a content creator is saying, don't say anything. Just ignore it. The more you bring to light, the more we're going to talk. I went to Josh and I said, hey, Josh, you got this staff member who's just straight bullshitting, and I don't deal with that. Here's the numbers. Here's all the streams. Because what he said is, you're the only content creator saying you're the only content creator saying our combat is bad. And I said, yep. And I said, except the problem is I've talked to the other 4 content creators who were streaming. First thing he said was, there were a lot more than 4 content creators streaming. And all I said was, on Twitch? He said, yeah. Okay, I went to Sully Gnome and I went to Twitch Tracker. I can see everybody who streamed the game. There were 5 of us that streamed the game that day. I went and talked to the other 4 and I said, do you like the combat? All 4 of them said, fuck no. So I went to the owner of the company and I said, hey, your employee is making you look real stupid. And I sent him a memo and the bits and bobs so he could look at it and he could deal with it. And the guy said, and I was expecting to get the usual fuck off. And what the developer said to me was, thank you. I don't need people surrounding me telling me what a good job I'm doing. I have a mom for that. I have a mom to give me a hug. What I need is for people to tell me where my product is shit so I can fix it. Literally the feedback that I gave, if you guys don't remember Eternal Tombs, the entire rotation using the left mouse button and the right mouse button, and when you hit number 4, it didn't activate skill number 4. It put skill number 4 as the next thing you would activate with your mouse. And I said, oh no. No. This is shit. This is shit. Action players are going to hate this. Tab players are going to hate this. Everyone's going to hate this. I said, here's why. You're trying to do something completely outside of the industry standard. Either make it so that you bind abilities to left mouse button, right mouse button, and everything else is keyboard, or just make it so when you hit the button on the keyboard. And he was like, you're absolutely right. We were trying something new. It's been universally hated. Within a day and a half. Yeah, the guy was a community moderator, which is like the mall security guard telling you can't say Sbarro pizza you just ordered sucks. Exactly. And so that I was like shocked because there was a developer that wanted to hear the bad shit. I mean, after they blew the initial date, originally he gave a date, but that was before a larger influx of money came in. No, it's not. Hold on. I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna stop you. I don't really hold the initial pivot against them, and shortly after is when he stated it would be done when it's done. Right, but I want to remind you what he really said. We will no longer give a date unless we're sure we can hit it. And then proceeds to miss more than 50% of the dates that came up. I have the suspicion that's the same problem Steven has, that his staff isn't honest with him. Well, I'm going to tell you what my CPI evaluation is. One of the things that you have to realize in any good company layout is you have leadership at the top, and you have management, and then you have executors. And the problem is, when you have the same guy sitting here as you do sitting here, there's nobody to tell you, no, fuck off. You present, if you're on this level, you present to the leadership a plan. Hey, I'm going to do this. And leadership says, yes, go ahead. Or if you go to leadership with a plan and they say, no, fuck off. You know that your plan sucks. When you're the planner and the approval, nobody's there to tell you no. Hey man, this plan fucking sucks. Yeah? If Steven was Jake Song or Yoshi P or Mike Morhaime, right? Be a little different. But he's not. Steven either has 0 released products, or, which is bad, or Intrepid Studios and Steven have 1 released product, and it was dog water. There is no other fucking truth there. Either APOC was a product and it sucked. Well, right. In their defense, they did put some verbiage that said the BR was not a product. And again, I don't want to get accused of mascarading the truth. If they claim the product wasn't a game, a launched product, I'll go with that answer.
It's crude, but nay, I can't 5 of them.
I'll go with that answer. That's fine. I'll go with that. But if it wasn't a released product, why the fuck was it monetized? Because I'm okay going one way. And I'm okay going another way. And I'll go either way. But what I won't do is drink the fucking Kool-Aid. And I never drank the Kool-Aid, and the sycophants did. And now they're wondering why the world is fucking crashing and on top of Intrepid Studios. Because your product sucks. And it's not a sin to say that your product sucks. Steven once said to his developers, you are not your designs, and your designs are not you. And that's good, because I'll turn around and tell you, there is a massive difference between talking shit about a person and telling the truth about a shitty person. You are not a shitty person. Your product is dog shit. Oh, we got to ignore Jay because he's fucking toxic again. Fine. Ready? I'll be Catelyn Stark, and I'll talk to Jaime Lannister. You forsake every vow you ever took. You've missed every deadline except one that you've ever set. Your game is supposed to be launched. If not launched, your node system is supposed to be working. I want to remind everybody, there's no class system yet. There's no class system. There's like a whole fucking other layer of complexity that they still need to add in. But I'm the asshole, right? And I'll be the fucking asshole. Ready? Hold on. Ready? I'll be this motherfucker. I'll be this motherfucker all day long. You want to fucking accuse me of shit I didn't do? That's fine. That is fine. You want to accuse me of shit I didn't do? I'll do this fucking all day. I can bust you up all day. Every fucking lie you've ever told. And since I got to back that statement up now, give me just one moment. Because if you're going to tell me that I masquerade things, okay, well, I'm just going to ask a simple question then. Because I like simple questions. I'm a simple guy. I like coffee, right? I like what I like. I got a question for you. If I'm the asshole who masquerades the truth, could somebody please explain something to me? Because remember, I'm just the dirty potato eater. Can somebody explain to me how you had an over 17,000 square foot studio when there's your address and the studio's 5,800 square feet? Because I'm the one that you said masquerades the truth. They were in suites 6-7. Okay. And it was less than a third. Why would you lie about the square footage of your studio? Why would you lie? I got to add the floor plans from the contractors abroad. Do they have multiple studios close together? Nope, they couldn't have. Because they were in suites 6-7. There was no Studio 8. Studio 4 was Ogden Pharmaceuticals. And at the time, Suite 3 was the only other available. So they would have had to have been in Suite 3, but not 4. And then 6-7. There was no way for them to be in other space. Because I thought somebody might ask me that years later. So I looked up all of the suites. Just because I don't like to be in different buildings? Nope, they didn't have any other buildings. At the time, they didn't have other buildings, and here were all the other tenants. Same as the employer. He used one floor of the building, so he used all of it. Yeah. But he didn't... There were other people in those other suites. There was no combination of vacant space that would get them. And again, my question is, you're going to put my name in your mouth about masquerading the truth, but then you're not going to own the shit you said? And let's not talk about Margaret in the fucking time. Margaret is a fucking Time Lord. Did you guys know Margaret Crone is a fucking Time Lord? Margaret is a fucking Time Lord. She works backwards in time. If you weren't aware of that, Margaret is fucking amazing. Margaret is the best fucking Time Lord that I've ever seen. I know, man. The fact that they have a Time Lord on staff is unfucking real. Shit, did I send it to you? I think I did. Oh no, here it is. Yeah, Margaret's a Time Lord, if you guys weren't aware. Because... Ready? Back in February of 2021, she told me on my stream, it's not a fight, homie. We're working towards change and fixing things. First of all, if you're the goddamn community marketing lead and you call somebody homie, you call one of your official content creators motherfucking homie. It's not a fight, homie. We're working towards change and fixing things. You know, as someone who's been here for a long time, that we have made a lot of progress. At a company, these things take time and approvals and iterations. I said to Margaret something along the lines of, so what you're telling me is you don't know what they're for. I do know what they're designed for, but before I give a full answer to all those items, I want to finalize those details with designs. Just waiting on approval. This will provide an update in our knowledge base article with all the answers, but also in your inventory. That was in February of 21. I apologize. I don't have the exact date. I do apologize. Bad on me for not having the exact date. Want to remind you, they were waiting on approval to update the fucking database so that we would know what our ships went on, what our freeholds went on, et cetera, et cetera. And then in March of 2021, she was waiting for design to send over that information. So, we've been asking for this information for a while, but I thought you said, I do know what they're for, but before I give a full answer, I want to finalize those details. Just waiting on approval. So in February, you were waiting on approval for something they sent you in March, that the following January, you met with design to clarify the answers. For the following fucking February, for design is ready to show and explain. Okay, then what the motherfuck did you have in February of 21? 2 fucking years earlier, you came on my show, opened your fucking flapper on my show that you had the answer. I bet you they don't have that fucking answer now. I bet you they don't have the fucking design document at all. The design document was left at the other fucking studio and it's holding up a fucking unleveled desk. This is the shit I'm talking about. They want to say that I'm masquerading the truth. I got in trouble. For calling Vacnar a fucking meat puppet. At 12 p.m., we're experiencing some technical issues on our end. We're pushing back the start of the live stream. Somebody from Envious asked, they're recording now, aren't they? Vacnar says, no, it's complete. Little while later, someone from Envious says, you lied. They did record this morning. He said, I didn't say. Ready? Hello? Fucking meat puppet. Meat puppet, which you got mad because I called you a fucking meat puppet with somebody's hand up your ass, working your mouth like a puppet. You said it's complete. Just going off what I was told. As far as I know, they finished at 10:13. I said it was done at 11. Not sure. Steven just said it was 10:15. As far as I know, they finished at 10:13. I said it was done at 11. They're recording now, aren't they? No, it's complete. That is the most bullshit meat puppet answer. Look, man, someone's finger up your asshole, wiggling, your mouth is moving, you're their meat puppet. That's the bullshit. Just be honest. Because here's the problem. Just be fucking honest. Hey, did you guys record that shit this morning? Yeah, our bad. Our bad. We recorded it this morning. That's all you have to say. Yeah, we recorded it this morning. Period. Dot. Why lie? But I'm the one who masquerades the truth, right? I'm the one who masquerades the truth. Somebody earlier said, hey, you didn't even try to dodge. Yes, I did. I'm hitting shift. Oh, shit. Shift is fucking sprint, not dodge. Let me fix it. I fixed that. No, I think it's, oh shit, no, it's not. How hard is that? How motherfucking hard is that? If something is wrong, just say so. If something is wrong, just own it. It's like Karthos and I talk about this. When I know I have people, thanks, I had too much hair, I had too much gray on the side. When you have people that are workers, they're fucking workers, right? You do not need to fucking bullshit with them. All you need to do is say, hey, fuckhead, you fucked this up. And that person is going to be like, they're just letting off steam. I did fuck it up. Is the main point to have your CV to get a job at IS? No, fuck no. I would not even consult for Intrepid Studios. I wouldn't do a CPI event for them. I wouldn't even drop them off their fucking mail because they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. Steven got all the fucking answers years ago. Oh. Is the main point? I have no idea. They asked if a person needed to put lying as a skill. Oh, is lying, do you have to put lying on your CV to be employed there? No, I don't think the employees at Intrepid Studios are bad employees, and despite what Margaret or Roshan or Vacnar or whoever the fuck put that bullshit in a statement, I have never called for physical violence against any member of Intrepid staff, and I fucking resent the insinuation that I did. Right? I resent the insinuation that I ever did that. Because I never did. You guys, if you've been on my show with me for years, you know I detest violence because I think once you choose to be violent, you've already failed. They don't like negative because it hurts their fucking feelings. Tough shit, you took people's money. If you didn't want to be subject to the court of public opinion, you should have let everybody keep their fucking money in their pocket. You were so fucking sure You were so fucking sure you could make this product that you had no problem taking approximately $12 million from the players. You literally had your fucking community manager said, we don't do marketing, when the goddamn CEO of the company has said Kickstarter was for what? Marketing. Going to PAX was for what? Marketing. Yeah. Roshan sanctioned death threats against me. There's still a death threat against me on the fucking server. It's still fucking there. So Roshan or Wagner or Margaret or whoever got their fucking panties in a twist because of what I said, because they want to claim that toxic vitriol is tantamount to calling for violence against somebody, then why the fuck don't you police your own fucking Discord? Karthos had fucking threats against him for standing up for me when I wasn't on their Discord anymore. I was gone dealing with something because I had said enough information in passing on that Discord. Somebody took a picture of my fucking house and my daughter's school and sent it to me. That's why I was gone for 10 weeks. I was dealing with that shit. Oh, by the way, Karthos, can I say, Can I share what you got called by Intrepid staff inside of Intrepid Studios? Can I share the derogatory slur that was used against you or about you by Intrepid staff? I gotta have his permission. If I don't have it, I won't share it. Karthos got called the crybaby Jew. What the fuck does Karthos, being Jewish, have anything the fuck to do with his complaints about the game? And here's the funny part. People that work at Intrepid know me, know Karthos, know a couple other people. They don't fucking put on their resume, oh, by the way, I talked to Jay, because they wouldn't get a job there. We know people in the industry. Another one of our friends in our group, he knew about 8 developers at Intrepid because he's in the industry. Jamie Chaos said, dude, they don't take death threats seriously. I had multiple threats from playing the fucking game and having guild members attack a caravan. Yeah. This needs to be on YouTube. Oh, it will be. I'm only showing my Twitch chat in accordance with my Twitch terms of service. But this video will be up, and all the other future videos I do about Intrepid, which will be in the same rhetoric, will continue to be up until Steven apologizes, and he never will, because he's going to be like, I'm not going to apologize to that son of a bitch, and if he ever calls me a son of a bitch, those are fighting words, because my mother was a good woman. He's not going to apologize to me. I learned from my recent video, if doxing doesn't happen in game, they won't action against it. That's okay. There's the thing called Discord trust and safety. It'll be really fucking odd when they lose their Discord right at launch because it gets an injunction against it because of shit that's happened. They didn't give it. Now, I will say that if you don't know the whole story, Gigabear and I had a fucking knockdown, drag out fight. But as soon as he stopped with his bullshit, I stopped with mine. I don't know why I tried. I try to help people. I just laugh my ass off that he took their fucking company name. That shit to me is like the biggest fuck you ever. You have a company that can't even manage its company so well, you lost your fucking company name. I wish he had been more petty. I probably would have been more petty just for the you deserve the fucking pettiness. I probably would have been more petty. Gigabear is a machine gun with a trigger zip tied down. He gets pointed at something that's full blast. Yeah, but here's the thing, man. And this is the biggest compliment I can ever pay a person. That motherfucker can find shit that I can't. That motherfucker, right? I don't know if he fucks somebody's mother. I will give him a lead on something I can't find, but I know exists, He's got it in fucking like 20 minutes. I don't know what the fuck he has. I don't know if he is Skynet or whatever the fuck he is. He gets me shit like from the weirdest places. But he always gets it. He's got the fucking receipts. Now, the way he uses those receipts is what I've always said he has a problem with. You can't dox John Moore. Nice. Nice. You can't dox John Moore, and that's where he was wrong. You can't do that. You can't do that. But you can block out all the things and put it online. And that's where his mistake was. He was so angry that he made mistakes. That's why every single thing I say today, I got my receipt. You'll notice Intrepid will never be able to come along and say, oh, Jay made this up. I never made shit up. I don't have any reason to make shit up. I need to take the erotic granite to a stonemason station and bank them into usable shotted granite ashlar blocks. I've done that multiple times. Now, do I want to see Intrepid Studios succeed? Abso-fucking-lutely. I don't get paid if they don't launch and make enough money to pay me. I want them to launch. All of the white knights out there that are just watching the show, what the fuck do you think is good about this game? What do you think is good? What do you think is better? And if you're going to say the combat, fine, be specific. Is this combat... Oh, I can't... Is this combat better than Arcade? Arcade 1. If the answer... the vision was good. The vision was great. I wish I fucking knew what I was missing. The game is so fucking boring and uninspired. Which is weird because your brand, like many people's, was born... I shouldn't say that. I think you were a WoW player and something else. Tangents of Creation was born out of ashes. Of course you want the fucking game to succeed. You make content about it. Like, I have no problem sharing with people over a couple of years. I made in the neighborhood of $30,000 covering Ashes of Creation. All that went to PGN Music. I now make more money on people using PGN Music than I make on Twitch. I'm not fucking Asmongold. I wish I had his fucking income for 1 year. I would do amazing things with it. And I wish his father all the speediest recovery. I saw that Asmongold, did he make a video about the Charlie Kirk thing? He looked like shit in the video. It looked like he had made a video, and I think it was on Charlie Kirk. It's in my queue for after the show. He did. He looked fucking rough. And I get it. I've been there. I've had to go through that with a parent. It sucks, man. I'm glad that he came out and said something because he is a face in the political space now. Unfortunately, I will likely not play with its current leadership, even though I sunk far too much money into it. I enjoyed the recipe hunting in early stages until the food I was cooking became available at NPC vendors for 5 times cheaper than it takes to make. That right there, Heel Sloth, is a 100% example of, no offense to Steven, but Steven is like Bernie Sanders. Steven is really like Bernie Sanders. Old man Sanders never sweat a payroll. Steven doesn't understand economics because I don't think he understands economics. Because I can't find anything in his educational background that he's ever studied economics. He does, however, have a undergraduate degree in philosophy, religious studies. So I'm not going to fuck with him too much when he has a philosophical, religious design of designing a pantheon. I can't hang with that shit. I don't have the educational background to say I understand designing a pantheon. I have enough educational background for two different religions, but not for designing a pantheon. Neither one of my religions has a pantheon. But when you talk about economics, Ashes are hiring an economic designer pretty sure. Here's the problem. You're going to have to gut the Caravan system, the entire economy, and the entire life skill system when you hire that lead designer. Because there ain't nothing redeemable about your Caravan system. The system itself, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I don't fucking know. But how it interacts with the economy will have to be completely scrubbed. 2 years, Triple Killer, they've been looking for a lead game designer since 2017 when Dr. Scan's Dizo never joined the team. So let's just call it how it is. Caravans should be purely to transport goods, not generate gold. Correct. But will it not be somewhat easy to redo? No. This entire shit needs to be scrapped. And I'm not being funny. Everything, like, they can keep this interface, right? They can keep this interface. But the number of items it takes to make this, you're going to have to put all that shit onto a board. And if somebody says to me, well, Jay, how do you know? Look, man, I have a background in economics. I've never designed a video game economy before. I've worked on real world economies. There's nothing fucking special about a video game economy that doesn't replicate a real world economy. The trick is, I've heard that they have taken out the need for the lower level items. The lower level items being needed at the higher level for the higher level crafts was the only good thing they had put in their life skill system because it keeps all levels of crafting relevant. What the fuck's its name? Dune Awakening has a great example of this. You don't learn a recipe. What you get is a schematic that allows you to build it one time. So you have to go and you have to farm that schematic multiple times. The artisan system isn't sustainable long term. It doesn't respect the player's time. And to some people, that's not a problem. They don't value their own time. But for many players, it's a big deal. Yes. Yes. I do not agree with this. But since other game companies, not other game companies, I misspoke. I do not agree with this, but since game companies have stated they now believe the average play cycle is less than 60 minutes. You can choose. You can choose to build your MMO where you don't care about the players that only can play for an hour. You can choose that. It's your game. Choose whatever you want. But if two games coming out are both looking at a 30-minute play cycle, now granted, they're both coming out from the same publisher, but they're coming out from two different development. Well, then your MMO dies. Exactly. That's the piece to it. If I can't log in, and especially since people are now, no offense, if you're younger, I'm not shitting on you. I'm not. Your idea of fun is micro content. Your idea of fun is short form content in the form of 5 to 20 seconds. I will admit, talents talk shit about me all the time. It's not talking shit about me if he's telling the truth. He doesn't get any points. I am boring as fuck to watch in a YouTube video. I can't translate a classroom teaching style into a YouTube video. I've never been able to crack the code on that. If you were in a lecture hall with me, you'd find it different. I just don't like, I mean, I don't mind. I just don't know how to translate charisma to the camera. So saying that I'm boring as fuck doesn't hurt my feelings. Congratulations, I know I'm boring as fuck. I've been working on it for 7 years. If I log into a game and I'm a part of the generation of people that has a very short attention span, and I can't get 1, 2, or 3 things done, even if they're minute accomplishments, they're on my to-do list, right? Get up, shower, shave, put on clean clothes. Those are 3 relatively small things to do that you have to do. If I can't log on before I go to work and set myself up to have an enjoyable time after work, if I only have 60 minutes, I might log in and play a game of League and then go to work. When I come home, I have no interest in playing the MMO now because I have this thing. Oh shit, man, I didn't get anything done this morning and I'm not set and I don't have consumables and I don't have ammo. And fuck it, I'm just gonna, you know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna watch TV. That is different for that generation than our generation that was like all day at work, you were constantly running through your head. What am I going to do in the game when I get home? MMOs were a fucking cult. Were they not? That's where mobile companion apps come in. Yes. But don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but yes. Neverwinter, the D&D Neverwinter that had the mobile companion app. Let me tell you, the reason why I played that game so fucking long is that mobile companion app got me through many a bullshit meeting. Because I had to be at a 3-hour meeting 3 times a week, and I was sitting here, and I'm not joking, the first 2.5 hours weren't even my accounting code. Them being, it didn't matter. That wasn't even my accounting code. I have no fucking idea what I don't even have the fucking paperwork. I'm not even allowed to have it. The last hour of the meeting, they would say, okay, we're going to take a break and then we're going to start dealing with this accounting code. Then I'd put my phone up. I loved the fucking Neverwinter app. I fucking loved it. Have I looked at the mailbox? I haven't even found a fucking mailbox. I have started tossing and turning while sleeping ever since I realized how much gold professions need. Well, yeah. Planning my game day was a big part of my weekend at work running machines. Yep.
Have you brought the block? Brilliant. Well, you have the gist of it. What matters now is we'll provide you with a whole set of tools. Near quality, but functional tools.
So content-wise, has anything changed aside from the making the world bigger with more mindless grind? I really can't talk about the content too much because it's taken me 3 hours and 30 minutes to get through about 20 minutes of content. But with that said, I literally feel like I'm playing a game from the 90s. So didn't they say at one point that every tree was going to be gatherable? Are we there now? So every tree is gatherable. I've never paid much attention to the balance between finding gear and crafting gear until Path of Exile 2. Crafting items is the entire game right now if you want to min-max your time. It feels horrible actually playing the game while thinking someone sitting there flipping items on the market and crafting is progressing 100 times faster than you. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. All right, so this right here is another piece that I'm going to address. If you're going to have an idiot circle, right? I'm clearly in the idiot circle. It's telling me to harvest white snowdrop. Okay. This isn't a bad thing, right? But so that players understand that in gathering, there's not going to be an idiot light Tell the fucking players that you're going against the industry standard and you're not going to have an idiot light. Right? Just tell players that. Just say to players, hey, just so you guys know, we're not going to have idiot lights in our game. Like this right here, I don't think this is an entirely a bad idea, having the Diablo, having the Diablo bag space thing. It's not an entirely a bad idea. But my question is why? Like, why have... How can I say this without sounding like an asshole? You can't make common shit work. Why are you making shit odd when who the fuck wants it? Who wants to go back to the Diablo style bags? If you really want to go back to Diablo style bags, I would love to hear that. Because when they first announced it, I was like, why? It works in Diablo. Because Diablo is a single player game or a group player game, but mostly single player game. Why would you want shit to be more complicated? It's part of what's left of... No, it's not a good idea. That's the fucking problem. It's not a fucking good idea. Yes, there you go. If Mr. Valentine just hit it fucking nail on the head. If you're going to keep this bag, if you're going to keep this fucking bag idea, great. Then allow people to rotate. Because having... And this is where you can tell they don't have a single person that has a vision. Why is a plant 2 but a log 3 and a stone 1? What you've done is you've created a distortion between your gathering classes. And that distortion is okay if your quantities are perfectly imbalanced in an imperfect system. But ash wood, oak timber, oak wood, weathered oak wood. Who fucking cares? On your first pass of your economy, who fucking cares? Wood. Did they not have a rotate thing in their initial showcase? They want you to get resource bags. Sure. No fucking problem. No problem. Not against it. Not against getting bags. Not against it. Except you can't have half of a fucking system and not the other half. What is the reason? What is the reason we're doing it? I'll be right back. So what's the current status on processing? Are they still only on freeholds? Because I seem to see processing stations not on freeholds. Right now, I'm not far enough in the game to tell you. I'm still in the fucking... I haven't done shit yet. Like, I can't gauge... Once you get the novice bags from the vendor, they have different slots. Oh. There isn't any freeholds. Okay, that right there is another what is Intrepid doing? That is seriously what the fuck. If they took them out of the game, and this is where I don't think Steven wants to hear reality. And so I'm going to tell a story. Get your fucking popcorn. It's story time. A long time ago in a land far away, I was a technical sergeant. And I was at the headquarters building, which means I was on what is known as the A staff, A4. I knew about the base I was going to before I ever graduated OTS. So in July, I went down to Alabama, and I thought I was coming back here to the base I retired out of. And it turns out I wasn't. They decided that they didn't want to send me back to the base level where I'd been. So I arrived at a new base, and they had coded themselves green in vehicle maintenance. The first thing I did when I walked in was met my new superintendent, and he said, "Oh, but we thought you were a tech sergeant." I was like, "I was until like 3 days ago when I got my commission. By the way, I'm Tech Sergeant so-and-so from the headquarters building." And he kind of got this look on his face. And I said, "So you and I both know that the numbers that you're giving are total bullshit." Well, okay. Again, process this powder. So why doesn't it tell me how many? See, this is lazy quest writing. It doesn't tell me how many to process. Anyway, I only need one. Nope, I don't, because the fucking quest log hasn't changed yet. The quest log hasn't changed, so I must need more. Anyway, when I got there, I said, "Hey, you and I both know that this status of green is all bullshit. So we're gonna make our status red." And so I changed it all to red. My new boss flipped the fucking shit at the next staff meeting. And I walked in and my boss was like, "What'd you do to your flight in just 3 days?" I said, "Sir, I come from the headquarters building. I know these stats are nonsense. So, until I've signed off on this stuff, I'm making us red." And my boss looked at me and he's like, "Good on you." That's taking ownership. If Intrepid doesn't have these things done, take down full-time testing. But Intrepid, Steven, Margaret, they are so terrified that the moment Ashes of Creation falls off of people's lips, the game's gonna fucking disappear. But what they don't understand is that continuing to test the game in this bullshit state is pissing more people off. Because now you have to answer the question is, how did you have more than 100,000 testers? And how are those 100,000 testers on 2 servers? Because that looks fucking far worse. The narrative that you only need 2 servers to test your game when you sold 100,000 copies. Okay, so I have now gathered more. Now I'm going to process. And we're going to see. I mean, it was supposed to be just one till EU protested. Yeah, and it's not even in EU because it can't legally be in the EU. Because if they put it in the EU, then they become open to EU consumer protection laws. Okay, there you go. So apparently if you make 2 at one time, it doesn't click the quest. That's fucking terrible. Doing constant marketing also deteriorates the novelty of the game. Doing the constant marketing is actually doing the opposite. Yes, which is why I said outright, Margaret Crone is absolutely amazing at doing marketing when you're marketing a product like you would market a streamer. No, I was sending it to my bag, but I was making 2 at a time. Margaret Crone is absolutely amazing at marketing a product if all you're trying to do is market the product as a streamer. You're not marketing it as a product. And I remember the very first day Margaret started at Intrepid. Margaret decided to be derogatory. I haven't liked her since the first fucking day she started. I asked her a question, and what she said was, She's like, that's in my ask me anything on the Reddit. Well, that's fucking ironic. I don't want to go to the fucking Reddit. You happen to be here, and I'm asking you a question. Fucking answer the fucking question. Which I said, I don't recall that answer being in your AMA on the Reddit. I went and looked, and she hadn't answered it. Okay, no fucking problem. When I brought up stuff with Margaret, we plan all our social media posts 6 months in advance. Okay. Hold on, I gotta prove that statement too so I don't get in trouble. I can't get it because I can't be caught masquerading the truth. Just give me a moment, guys. I gotta do it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gone down that rabbit hole, but I gotta make sure that I'm the Teflon guy. I can't, nothing can stick to me. Nothing can stick to me, right? Yeah, oh, we're getting it. What's it under? So I said to Margaret, I forgot how this whole conversation came up, but this was when I was still talking to Steven almost every day. We've been working towards looking into swapping to Unreal Engine 5 for months, but this social post copy was probably written in December. Notice the date? It's January 27th. I was just giving some context that we plan in advance. No, we are planning 6 months in advance. He just schedules posts in advance. Not sure how far ahead this one was, but people make mistakes. He'll adjust. Like I said, we schedule our social media posts in advance, usually months. My team works way in advance. We are always looking 6 months ahead. First of all, go fuck yourself, because no, you're not. Because second of all, motherfucker, you're not an executive at the company. Per your boss's own statement, you're not a fucking executive. Third of all, I know the fucking date Steven decided to make the transfer to Unreal Engine 5 because he fucking told me in advance. I knew in fucking advance that they were moving to Unreal Engine 5. And I can prove it. Because I never say anything on this fucking show I can't prove. I knew in advance that they were moving to Unreal Engine 5 because Steven fed it to me so that I could be ready. So I can be ready, right? Let me see if I can grab I need it out of content. Got to go back a bit. I don't actually know if it shows me the load date. Ooh, it might not show me the load date. It might not show the load date. $2020, right? December 2020? Was it 2021? December 2021. Wrong year. So this video, oh, it doesn't show me the load date. That sucks. I wish it did. Anyway, this video that I did was actually live before the live stream that day. I 100% believe you and I are the reason Stephen J. changed Margaret's job title in December. Yeah, so this video was live before their live stream went live. Because I knew. I knew about the change. Because that's when I was still the favored son. And so I made the video. What's going on? Well, what happened was Margaret said, we make all of our changes. We plan all of our changes 6 months in advance. Well, they couldn't have made they weren't planning on the Unreal Engine 5 transition 6 months in advance because they were still in the middle of Alpha 1 testing. They waited until Alpha 1 testing ended, and then Steven made the decision to go to Unreal Engine 5. So Margaret and her bullshit where she says we plan all of our social media 6 months in advance is an absolute bullshit statement. Because no, the fuck you don't. And guess what? If you make all of your social media posts 6 months in advance, then that means all of the artifacts you use in all of your tweets have been done for 6 months. So if all the artifacts and all your tweets have been done for 6 months, why are we playing a 6-month-old build? Because if you have the asset that you're going to show, that means you have those assets. Where are they? It's just like what kills me about the community. Somebody said to me, they're still developing new content. They're bringing out new stuff we hadn't heard about, like the Harbingers. The fucking what? The Harbingers. We've known about that shit since the Extra Life fundraising campaign, I believe, 2020. Where the fuck have you been?
I hear all this talk of how much. Sure.
Like, seriously, where the fuck have you been? Not trying to be a dick, but you're literally saying shit like, "Oh, they're giving us all this new stuff." No, they're not. No, they're not. Hi, horse. I guess my horse. The fuck are you? Oh, well, my horse decided to say fuck off. They're still porting over content from Unreal Engine 4, or was it just planned back then? It was planned back then. But unfortunately, depending on who you ask, right? According to their old developer, here, let me make sure I show the quote, because according to their own developer, they started over on development back in 2021. I think he means January of 2022 here, because they didn't even make the port over until December 2021. And then he says 3 years. I don't know what he meant to say, but and that's what my video is. If you want to see the video on this where I line up the quotes, it's on my YouTube. Steven said all of the transfer is done, but according to this former developer, they completely started over. Well, if you completely started over, what did you port over? And again, Steven says, I'm the one who masquerades the truth. Well, why the fuck don't you just do a fucking mea culpa? Why don't you just do a fucking come to Jesus? Right? How do you... Okay, good. Go away. Why don't you just do a fucking come to Jesus? Did Steven address the quote? Nope. Steven's addressing of the quote was to, I guess, turn me into John fucking Wick, right? Steven's way to address the quote was to drag me back into this shit that I honestly didn't want to fucking be involved with anyway. I wanted to fucking be playing Once Human today. Right? But Steven had to put my fucking name up in his mouth, and I don't appreciate being called a fucking liar. That pisses me off. That is the surefire way. No, Narc wasn't right all along. I was right all along. Narc was on the fucking shut Jalon down bandwagon for 2 years, and then he got disenfranchised, and then he decided... See, I don't condone what Narc did. Narc chose to go to an undeveloped section of the desert to try to lie, to show Intrepid in bad light. What the fuck have I done to deliberately show Intrepid in bad light? 2 weeks ago when I streamed, somebody said, you're showing off an unfinished area. I said, bullshit, I'm looking at finished trees. I went down the hill and I said, from this point out, this view, I won't fucking comment on because I know what an unfinished grid looks like. But if you've put it in the test, and this is what kills me. This is what kills me. And again, Intrepid, if someone's here, because someone usually is, I don't know how to data mine. I'm just a dirty potato guy. I'm not that smart. Somebody sent me this. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's false. I can only say, as a member of the free media, I am not required by law to reveal my sources to anybody, including a judge. And PGN Media is a registered media organization as of last month. So suck a dick. With that said, I was given this that somebody else data mined. Live stream start me fake personal arc. I don't know if it's real. I don't know if it's fake. I have no way to vet this. But if that is actually a quest chain in the game, that tells you everything you need to know. That means they're developing content to show off instead of showing off the content that they have. I'm just saying. I'm just keeping it real now. I'm just keeping it real. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Maybe Intrepid will answer. Live stream start me fake personal arc. How many years did they waste creating how many years did they waste creating vertical slices? A lot. And what they don't like about me. First of all, one of their engineers is a fucking pussy because he went to Steven after I said something. He didn't like it. I can't show it because that section of my PMs with Steven is still under NDA. What? I don't get to wear steel sole plate? So Vex still can't wear one of the... Okay, this right here, pause me. I was down a rabbit hole and I chased another rabbit. Why the fuck is this item even in game if it doesn't apply to all the classes? Why the fuck is it in the goddamn live build, Steven? Steven! Excuse me? Why do you have an item in the live fucking build if it doesn't apply to all the races? Unless this race is ready to get all of the assets, the asset should be in an in-house build, not in the live fucking build. This lets you know. And I'm sorry, I'm about to shit all over your fucking process, your policies, your procedures, and your pipelines. This shit is not how you build a real fucking game. You have two builds. You have the public test build, and if you feel it necessary in the process of being in alpha to have a private test build, you do that. It's fucking dumb, but you do that. And then you have an internal build. Jay, you're making a big deal about a cosmetic. No, I'm making a big deal about the procedure, the policy, the process. The process is fucking broken. Number one, you shouldn't be instituting or introducing any fucking cosmetics because you don't have all 9 races done yet. So you shouldn't even have anybody building cosmetics yet because you don't have the 9 fucking race models. Which means this is called tack time. And let me grab a book real quick. This book right here, I expect every fucking person at Intrepid's leadership to read, because what you're doing is you're generating tack time. What it is, somebody touched the still soul plate, and now they have to touch it again because you didn't have all 9 races built. So now the still soul plate is being data tracked, project tracked, and it's in a partial state of completion. They can't finish it because they don't have the other 2 races. Shouldn't have been cosmetics at all. The focus isn't where... No, the focus should be on cosmetics because remember, hold on. I'm going to defend Intrepid here. I'm going to defend Intrepid. The engineers don't build cosmetics and the artists don't do the engineering. There is absolutely nothing wrong with having your art team building the cosmetics right now. There's nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with that. The part that's wrong with it is inside of the art department, you still don't have 2 races in the game. So you shouldn't have this item even loaded into the live build because it's not done. Because now it's been through, and it's got to be touched again. That's called tack time. Everybody has touched it. Everybody has to touch it again. Now, somebody's going to hit me with some shit and they're going to say, well, Jay, according to Agile, shove that Agile excuse right up your fucking ass. Because Agile in no way, shape, or form ever makes an excuse of wasted effort. And I'm not shitting on the artists. The artists are good artists, right? They're good artists. The leadership sucks ass because they're being told to produce, to have things to show off. That is where Steven is the fucking problem, and I'm not the only one saying it. You have a person who isn't a good enough project manager because they've never managed a project of this magnitude. There is a fucking reason why in the military we don't let lieutenants run around and run major projects. Second lieutenants are fucking dogs on a leash. Come here, puppy. Come here, puppy. Watch how I do it. That's why we treat lieutenants as go-see-do. Go, see. Did you see how that's done? Yes. You do it while I stand here. Do it again. I'm going to walk away now. Don't fuck it up. Steven has never been a fucking creative director before. Steven's never run a big corporation before. He doesn't know how to be a fucking leader. Clearly, and this is not just me saying it, there have been people that have shared this with me. Steven wants it done a certain way, but it's the wrong way. It's the wrong way. Steed of the frayed corpse. The fuck are you? Oh, you're looking cool. Actually, you don't necessarily need the artist to adapt it to each race. You can adjust the model through code to adapt it to any character. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up with your smart brain. Because now I'm going to hit you back with, I'm going to hit you back. That only works if you do what? What do you got to do to make that work? You have to have designed all the max and mins for all of the models. You still have to have all the art stuff done. Because that's when you have to have an artist. Yes, you are absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You can do it that way. But that's a collaborative effort between the coders and the art team. And I'm pretty sure that a smart organization wouldn't have the coders doing that. I think, the coders would have built a tool for that. Yes, it's the way CK3 does it, for example. Absolutely. And what's the big flaw of CK3? What's the big flaw in CK3? Because they haven't had an artist manually go back and look at it. If you take NL1 art and you try to put the Anglo-Saxon cross on top of Northern Lord armor, the cross is on your chest and the armor goes on top of the cross. There's clipping. Now, that's absolutely where you need a tool, a process, a policy, a procedure. And if you want to show things off, fine. Fine. Show them off. But build all 9 models first. Appreciate the follow. Build all 9 models first. And then as your artists are building things, your artists know, I have to build a scalable piece that goes from a dwarf to a Renkai to a Talnar. And maybe you're right. And I don't know enough. And this is where I say I collect game developers like they're fucking Pokemon. Because I love talking to them. Because I don't know this shit. Maybe we come up with 3 models instead of 9 models. Maybe, or 6, because we got to do male and female differently. Maybe we come up, well, not even all of the pieces. So we might have to come up with 6 or 3. Maybe what we do is we say, there's no way to take this single asset and stretch it between dwarves and Renkai. So dwarves, we have to manually scale. Humans, elves, Vec, we have to have a model for them. And then Renkai and Tulnar, we have to have a model for them. But that's a lot, right? And this is where I'm saying that's fine, but that's a fuckload better than whatever the problem is here. And with Salty Bread, I think you'll agree with me. This is indicative of some fuckery, and I get to say fuckery because I'm not a game developer. If the item is in the game and I'm clicking on it and it doesn't go on my character at all, that's fuckery. I look at people like Phelan and Salty Bread and I say, hey, fuckheads, what's with the fuckery? And they're like, shit, he saw it. We'll get you a memo in a minute, boss. Yeah, don't even explain it. Fucking bullet points in an email so I have it in writing. This shouldn't be this. This asset shouldn't be in the live build. Yeah, you can rotate the characters. See, and here's the thing. I want to love this game, right? That looks good. Let me go in the sunlight. Let me rock the Jon Snow. This looks good. I'm not saying this looks bad. I'm not saying the art looks bad. Right? This looks good. I think this model looks good, and I think this model is a great way to do these things. Right? This model takes away the fuckery of the individual race, and that's okay. Remember, Steven talked about once having racial skins. You put it on, it would make you look like something not your race. So this looks good. Which other one do I have? This one doesn't work. The greatcoat looks okay. This one looks tight, man. This looks tight as shit. Pirate horns still show on that helm. This one? Oh, yeah, they do. They do. But the individual art pieces don't look bad. I'm not trying to shit on them. I'm not trying to shit on them for the individual art pieces. What I'm saying is, stop showing off art until art should have been the last thing shown off. Because right now, people are fucking laughing at you. Now that looks tight as shit. Somebody asked me what looks better from phase 2. That looks tight as fuck. That looks good. This looks good. It rides like a fucking camel though. If you haven't ridden a camel, this rides like a camel. That looks good. Let's check, See, here's, I don't want to be a dick. That doesn't look good. This asset, I don't think, this is where you definitely see, come here, puppy. Let me take you over to the thing I'm talking about. The fuck? Okay, that's a cool animation. That's a cool animation. We'll go right here. Can we go right there? Go right there. This is what I was talking about before. There is a mismatch here between the environment, the character art, and the mount art, the asset art. This is what I've always said. I'm not saying it's bad. But right here, you can see that asset, how can I use the right words? I'm not against the idea. I'm against the graphic fidelity of the Glimmering Geode. I don't think the Glimmering Geode is good. Right? I don't think the fidelity is good. I think it's not good enough. even in the asset itself, I think it looks like one artist did the head and one artist just shoved Play-Doh in its jawline. And I'm not trying to shit on the artist who made it, but that's what I see. I see a different graphic fidelity between the background. Yeah, that texture looks like a PlayStation 3 game. Yes, exactly. And I'm not saying it's bad. The gems look unfinished. Yes. And because the gems look that unfinished, it shouldn't be in the game. I can't show an example of this because my NDA prevents it. The Beyonders on the content creator program, we see the once human art assets that they're thinking about releasing and give feedback on them before they release. You don't have to put the items in the game. You can show the items in a white box. But if Intrepid didn't have all these assets, some of the White Knights would be like, some of the White Knights have literally said to me, I'm totally happy with the game. And I'm like, the fuck what? They're like, I'm totally happy with the game. The fuck did you just say? Was that my Discord? No idea. Shouldn't have been my Discord. I don't have system sounds on. Oh, I might have, okay, hold on 1 second. Oh, I do have Discord open. I generally don't have Discord open when I'm streaming on the other machine, but I had like 900 things to do this morning. Sorry about that. It's because I run a capture card. I have the 2 PC setup. So yes, if it's on the 4080, the 4080 captures all the sounds. And again, if Steven had kept my fucking name about his mouth, it would have been fine. But you want to say that I masquerade the truth? Well, no. There's a lot of things that I'm willing to meet you at the halfway point for, but you chose to throw my fucking name in with 3 other content creators, 2 of which you outright lied about your product. So that should tell you everything you need to know about how receptive Steven is to honest feedback. Because I might be an asshole, and I might say things in a negative way, and I might rage, and I might rant, because I'm a Bruja at heart, and if you don't know that reference, you ain't cool enough to have a problem with me. But when you lump my name in with 2 fucking liars, I ain't gonna stand for that shit. So I'm gonna keep doing this shit now. Because I guess if I'm the fucking villain of his story, until he's ready to tell people, unless he's willing to come to me and say what I lied about, then fuck it. I'll just keep making content, even though I don't want to. Yeah, 2 liars and death proxy. And again, if you've ever heard Penn Jillette talk about Nothing But Hate, he's got an amazing little clip. Nothing But Hate. I feel the love. Kostra Kintra, I think was he's like, that's kind of toxic. What's kind of toxic? I'm gonna keep making this fucking show? What's kind of toxic? You are the last one who gives negative feedback. The rest don't care. Oh, okay. Oh, that he threw my name in with 2 liars? Yeah, that is really toxic. That is really fucking toxic. But that's okay, because I had an obligation to my community, and I can't control what information I get given. And I sat here for a couple of days thinking about, do I have to make the piece of content about what that dev said? And at the end, I did. I owed it to my... No, I'm going to stop you right there. Bad publicity is not still publicity. That's an old fucking saying. That's an old saying that predates the internet. Not all publicity is good publicity. It's actually not. Because remember, every video I now have to put up about Ashes of Creation is a video that a potential employee is going to see. Right? Which means every video I now have to make every fucking week until I get my goddamn apology is going to be like the studio size lie, and the insurance lie, and the investor lie, and the Margaret lie. Yeah, the Phillies Karen. PR is not good. She lost her fucking job. Publicity is easy to get now. Unlike before, you only want good publicity. Yeah. You can see real-time Intrepid is pushing 2 current content creators who are giving more negative feedback. Bad publicity was good back when you needed to be in the newspaper articles, some obscure publication to get word out. Right. All the saying all publicity is good publicity is when before the days of the internet and people could look up about you, 2 people are talking about Starbucks coffee on the bus. And you hear Starbucks, man, fucking Starbucks coffee is shit. Well, you've never had Starbucks. All you hear is Starbucks. Your brain doesn't remember what you heard about Starbucks a couple of days later, but you sure as fuck remember the name Starbucks. Can we talk about the polar situation? I will tell you what I know about the polar situation, and you tell me what I don't understand. My understanding of the, quote, polar situation is that Polar is the largest geared guild with the highest levels on the server, and they are now in a position to deny content to everybody else. Polar has the ability to control all of the content. No, they're not just that good. That's bullshit. Let's stop that nonsense. We're not throwing a fucking caveat on there. I asked you if my understanding of the situation was accurate. They're the largest guild with the highest levels and the best gear. Oh, it was irony? Yeah, we don't do irony unless we put a little fucking thing. As far as Polar, I fucking don't know them. But here's the thing. Remember I said 7 years ago, 6 years ago, 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, fuck you, I left the game because you didn't like my feedback? Steven, you're literally designing your fucking game so that it can be dominated by a single guild. I wonder why that is. Because you used to run the White Order, and when you couldn't beat them, you just recruited them. Let's not forget that Steven is the guy who bought players with real-world money to join his guild and join his sieges. Let's not forget that Steven was the leader of the White Order who didn't have the skills to take a castle, so he bought the castle. Let's not forget that Steven, in order to form his player nation, exploited the fucking cart thing, because when you're not on the ground, or the boss isn't on the ground, the boss can't be defended properly. Let's not forget that the video circulated around of Steven and the White Order exploiting. Now, other side of the coin. There was an occasion where Steven, one of his guild members, scammed somebody. Steven reached out to the person, got the story, immediately kicked the member of the White Order out of the guild because Steven had a no scamming rule, and Steven bought 2 Apex for the player who got scammed. See, that's called not masquerading the truth. I will tell the truth about what I know, and then I will offset it with, but here's an example of where he wasn't a shit eel of a guild leader. Steven once said he's a great PvPer. No, you're not. Okay? You're not a great PvPer. You're surrounded by great PvPers. How can I know? Because I'm a clicker too. You're not a great PvPer. You're a good strategic mind. A member of my own guild said to me, or no, it wasn't a member of my guild, it was a viewer, said, Jay, your gear carries you because you have enough toughness. You're getting old and your reaction time is getting bad. You're a very good reactive player. You're not a very good proactive player. And I was like, fuck you. Shit. And I thought about, and I said, you know what? You're absolutely right. That is actually accurate. If I didn't have the amount of toughness I have, I would not survive the initial onslaught. But because I've built my character in such a way, I can survive the initial onslaught, so I can respond. So the general is saying he's a good soldier. No, I'm saying he's a good general. I'm not saying he's a good PvPer. Like Frostpaw, I think Frost is probably sleeping by this point. Frostpaw, if I was still running a guild, Frostpaw would be my second in command. Not because he's amazing, not because he's great, not because of any of these things. He's the right second in command for me. I'm Ender and he's Bean. Oh, here you go. I can give Frostpaw 7 people and a vague objective and just say, hey man, take the archer squad, go do that, hold that bridge. And he'll either tell me right away, I can hold it with 7 people or send me 7 more. And I don't have to second guess that. Shit, you need 7 more? Yeah, fuck the bridge then. Roll back, we'll do it a different way. I am not a technical executing specialist in PvP. I'm too fucking old. I have bad hands and I'm a clicker. But I'll go head to head with anybody on a strategic mind. I think my mind is still enough to be, relevant as a strategist. Oh. With that said, there's nothing wrong with being a strategist. But this is also why you need to not have the wrong people designing the game. Now, as far as the Polar situation, I don't think there is anything wrong with how Polar is playing the game. Break, I have heard they exploited. It's a yes or no question. It's not a yes or no question answerable by Polar's leadership. It's a yes or no question only answerable by Intrepid. Did Polar exploit? If yes, why the fuck didn't you boot them back into the Nether Realm? If they didn't, great. If they played the game the way the game is designed, and they're at that level of power, guess what? Love me or hate me, I called that shit out years ago. I called out years ago that was going to be the flaw in the game. The problem is not the people, but the system. No. Nobody gets to say the problem is the system. Because everybody knew that was going to be the problem 5 fucking years ago. Everybody fucking knew that was going to be the problem. And know what I got told when I gave that feedback in that community? I got told to shut the fuck up by masses of people who now are shitting in their panties because they realize that this game is designed to be run by one large guild, period. And a more Intrepid can't develop all the other systems that are supposed to be. Yes, it's the problem with every open world PvP game. Absolutely. Let me help you out. There should be no flagging allowed in Ashes. Take your entire corruption system, fucking throw it out. Take your entire flagging system, throw that shit out too. Why? Because if you don't, it doesn't matter what other systems you try to design. All those other systems are the find out system. Look, man, your guild is really, really strong between noon and 8 p.m. That's 8 out of a 24-hour clock. Guess what? This is a 24-hour game. If we war deck you, we'll just dodge you during your prime, and we'll punish every single other. Yeah, we launch at 11 p.m. I know all your people log out at 10. We'll do all our content at 11. But we sure as shit will own 2/3 of the time. Yeah, we can't touch you during prime time. But you can't do shit during the other 16 hours. This was the EVE Online problem. I had a group of people, no offense, I had Australians. And I never said anything about it. I fucking had Australians. The Russians didn't know what to do. They didn't have Australians, I did. They attacked us at night. We fought them all night. All day while they fucking weren't on, the Australians were sieging the shit out of everything. They didn't know what to do. They didn't know what time to set their fucking reinforcement timers. Do you even know what the end game is going to be with how they are going? The end game is going to be dog water. The reason why the end game is going to be dog water is because instead of Steven listening years ago about not trying to develop bleeding edge solutions, design good game design. Like, there's a video on my YouTube. It's a shit video. It's fine. It talks about how you take a castle siege and you divide a castle siege to have 500 versus 500, but you'll never have 1,000 people on grid at a time. You break these three things into sub-objectives. You have 3 nodes at the castles. Each one of those nodes are flippable points. You don't allow the people from the main host to go to the nodes. You don't allow the people at the nodes to go back to the main host. You have them as all isolated instances. Your guild leader has to set 4 sub squad leaders. The king and the king of the castle must be part of the main host. The declaring guild leader must be part of the main host. Then the guild leader designates 4 officers, and they control the roster of who can be at these 4 sub-events. Then you have a castle siege going on in real time at 5 locations, 3 of which give bonuses to the other 2. One of them is the throne in the castle. One of them is the campaign headquarters. If the campaign headquarters is taken by the defending garrison, the siege is over. If the throne room is taken by the attacking siegers, it's over. The other 3 are little control towers, keeps, whatever. Whoever is sitting on that gets a bonus to the main host fight. The 2 main host fights. Well, I just created a 500 versus 500 siege with a level of strategy that Ashes deserves without trying to do this dynamic server mesh. The dynamic server mesh is a load of bullshit. The dynamic server mesh is an absolute fucking fool's errand because it doesn't solve the problem. Ask Steven outright, how many people on one grid can they run? Dynamic gridding is not about increasing the population of one grid. Dynamic gridding is about increasing the population at one event by breaking the grid into multiple subgrids. The problem with this is the more you break that grid into subgrids, you're literally robbing Peter to pay Paul. You're removing a grid level limitation and you're replacing it with a server communication issue. Remember, a Unreal Engine grid, without going into whatever magic fucking fairy dust they might have on their grids, can handle about 3 million actions total a minute. That's not 300 combat actions, that's 300 actions. Movement actions, movement registers, hit, miss, damage mitigation, can do about 3 million of those. Now, as I've said, I'm gonna say it one more time. Maybe Intrepid Studios has the Peter Pan of fucking engineers, and they have Tinkerbell and they're spanking her ass over the servers, and she's just shitting out fairy dust, and they can have 500 people on a grid. I don't know. I doubt it, because if they could, Unreal Engine would be like, we'll buy that tech right now. We'll buy that shit for $1. The problem is, dynamic gridding sounds great. What's it do for me? Hey man, this is a fucking quesadilla press. I don't like quesadillas. Just give me a regular toaster. Not even Star Citizen can do it. Yeah, but here's the thing. Star Citizen, don't ever say not even Star Citizen can do it, because Star Citizen isn't fucking amazing at anything either. It's not like Star Citizen tried to do it and they failed. Star Citizen is still trying to do it. Where you go with that route is, I give you, Star Citizen can't do it with $800 million and a development team of 1,500. How the fuck is Intrepid Studios thinking they're going to do it? There's the route you go with that. Remember, you have $1, and I just had this conversation on a content creator Discord for Once Human this morning. People are mad because they cut our rates by 75%. And they're mad because they said, well, we're making less money. Yeah, you're making less money. And the reason why you're making less money is because they're not getting any return on investment. Every marketing dollar, if a marketing dollar doesn't bring in 3 sales dollars, it was a wasted marketing dollar. Because remember, you have to have the dollar that you pay the content creator, you have to have all the dollars that you paid the program manager, and then you need the dollar profit. If you can't, one guy was like, I used to make $4,500 a month making TikToks. Yeah, congratulations, you got too fucking greedy and you ruined your own program. Because you're not going to get that anymore. Every dollar that Intrepid wastes on bleeding edge technology that they don't eventually develop is a fucking waste. Is a fucking waste. Without a doubt. What they need to do is they need to develop a product that actually fucking works. But instead, they're going to continue saying, oh, well, this dynamic gridding solves our problem. Okay, well, and here's the thing. Don't try to explain that problem to the people that love you. Explain that shit to me then. Explain it to somebody who doesn't give a fuck anymore, because I think you're full of shit. I think you're full of shit because I can articulate why dynamic gridding doesn't solve your problem. And I have other game developers in my community that'll back me up and say why dynamic gridding isn't a fucking panacea. It doesn't solve all your problems. It solves some of your problems. And it absolutely does. It solves some of your problems. You know what solves your problems better? Content density control. If you only want 50 people if you only want 50 people at a world boss, only allow 50 people at the world boss. Not if you want to control content, then only allow 50 people from one alliance to be on the boss's aggro table. And then change the boss's behavior, have the boss look at its own aggro table and make decisions based on how many different organizations are on its table. Yeah, they put the cart before the horse and now they're trying to 250 versus 250. What do you mean 250 versus 250? They're trying to make no limit node sieges true. I want to remind you, going all the way back to the beginning, Steven said, because we can't masquerade the truth. There would be no cap on node sieges. That's easy to do. How do you do no cap on node sieges? Simple. You remember Star Wars: The Old Republic with that one PvP encounter? Yeah, was that on a 1080 or at 1080? Remember that one PvP encounter where you ran through and you had to get to the bridge and then it switched sides and then the other side had to do it faster than you? You can do the node encounter similar to that. Have nodes have 4 wards. Just like I said with the castles. Have the nodes have 4 wards. You have one team of people that have 4 objectives. You have another team of people that have 1 objective. You have the merchants ward, the holy ward, the economic ward, the military ward. Each gate only becomes vulnerable when its corresponding ward is destroyed, or each gate, one gate becomes available for when each ward falls. So 100 versus 100 on the row of gates, and then 100 versus 100 in each ward. That's at least 500 versus 500. Or defenders have no cap, but only citizens of the citizen chain can defend a node. Attackers have a cap of 500. The idea of having an uncapped fight is unrealistic. And I said that years ago. It's unrealistic. It's great to say you're going to do it. How are you going to do it? Because you can have rules right? You can have rules that are unbalanced. Remember in Arc Age, when you were the Garrison Guild in Arc Age, you only were allowed to field 50 people for the first 40 people for the first 20 minutes. You had the castle, all the castle defenses, and for the first 20 minutes, you could only field 40. They could field 70. I think uncapped is insane. Will be dangerous in a smaller node. Yep. But if you remember, I was told to shut the fuck up and let Intrepid cook. And now all the former white knights and all the disenfranchised people, they're all like, well, why do we have food poisoning? Because you let Intrepid cook. If you want to know the answer why shit's fucked up, because you let Intrepid cook for years with rotten food. Yeah, they cooked. They cooked themselves. But when I say that, Margaret's going to accuse me of being toxic, of spewing toxic vitriol, and that I'm... Like, have I said one time during today's show that I want you to harm any Intrepid developer? I would never fucking say that. In fact, if you said something that you were going to harm Intrepid or one of their developers, I would shout you down and report you. But that's literally what they said to me. They said, you spew toxic vitriol with the intention of getting the target, of physical harm to the target. How do I get this helmet? Dual wield your Visa and your MasterCard? I bought that shit a long time ago. No, they didn't forget to say in-game because we didn't have a game. We didn't have a game back then. We didn't have a fucking game. This is just a repeat trash quest. The quest system is so shit in this game. I don't disagree. And here's the thing. I can't confirm because I haven't heard from an actual developer. But the rumor is that I've heard, and Intrepid can comment or not, because the thing about being a member of the free media is that I have to go on what I'm told. That they're designing all the quests by hand, that they don't have a tool for building the quests. I find that a little hard to believe. And the reason why I find that a little hard to believe is because Jeffrey Bard, who was hired on as the lead game designer, applied for a completely different job. You'll have to ask Steven what job he really applied for. But having spent 4.5 wonderful hours with you people, what I can say is that this game is fucking cooked. Jeffrey, didn't he quit from Intrepid? Yeah, he quit and went to work at Skydance. He's the guy that went to work on VR because he was really interested in VR. Intrepid, this game is cooked. And not in a good way. This game is fucking cooked. This game's fucking cooked. Because I don't ever like to be baselessly negative. Yeah, they still have a... No. We're not going to make the joke about the dev working on Nodes 3. I'm not going to release why we're not going to make the joke. We don't make the joke about a dev still working on Nodes 3. And if you follow my show and you trust me, that's a joke being made in bad taste. Just trust me, that joke is now bad taste joke. I can't stop you from making it, but we don't make that joke anymore. And there's a reason why. It's not my reason to share. Out of respect for people who have never done me wrong, we kill that joke now. We talk about the fact that it happened, but we kill the dev working on it. We can say outright that Steven laughed at the community. No, it's not that the joke is old water. Up until I got some new information, the joke was still funny as fuck. But now that I got some new information, the joke itself is a bad taste joke. Talking about how Nodes 3 and Steven laughed at his community, that we can talk about. And maybe one day I'll be able to explain why, but just, this is one of the ones that I need you to just trust me, trust Papa J on this one. Because I love me my jokes. I love jokes. So if I'm not making a joke, there's a reason. Yeah, there's a reason. But this game is fucking cooked. This game is fucking cooked. Like this right here. How can I say this? When I played 2 weeks ago, one piece of criticism I did get from people is I didn't really give the game a fair evaluation because I went to the new area. And I said, well, I don't quite know how. I don't quite know how. Cooked isn't fucking Gen Alpha slang. What are you fucking talking about? Cooked is Gen X, man. Cooked is Gen X. The fuck you mean? We fucking came up with that shit. Old? Fuck you. Fucking old. Okay, I'm gonna give a piece of feedback. I went to the new zone. It was fucking terrible. So today I came to the old zone, and let me tell you as a player, I knew a little bit about what I was getting into. Now I'm going to show you, and I know one of you is going to give me the answer, and I'm not looking for the answer. I'm not looking for the fucking answer. I hit materials, and I see that I have oak, I have weathered oak, I have ash, and I have oak. And I come up here, and none of those fucking things are options. You'll also notice that I have not raised my lumber milling at all. And what they haven't done is they haven't fucking explained to a player where the fuck to go. Now, as a content creator, I know where to go. I know that this is an extension of the starter hub. Oh, sorry, the blurred text box. Yeah, I have to have it up there because people say ridiculous shit. Yeah, it's a Vec Mage. Now, I know as a player, I need to venture my ass over to... Do we not show fucking nodes? Settlement? Oh, so I know as a play that I'm like, where the fuck are they? Just keep zooming out. So I know that I have to travel to a node. I have to travel to a settlement. I know that as a player. I know that as a former content creator. And I know what some people are going to say. Jay, you're being too critical. You got to give them a chance. Bullshit. You have your fucking game in alpha testing, which means you think this area is far enough along to be fucking tested. I said this for years. You have got to have, and I told Steven this, I said it fucking multiple times. If you want your game to be successful, yes, you have to hire an economist. You have to hire an economist. You also have to fucking hire somebody with a master's degree in education so that they can tell you how to fucking teach people about your fucking game. The tutorial in this game might as well not be fucking here. Right? Because it's not giving you the crawl, walk, run. Crawl, walk, run is so important because it stops people from logging out and fucking off. Right? How are people even arsed with this game. They make huge promises, never deliver. Game is outdated the time it might release. Besides the fact they have it nice within the MMO genre, well, the MMOs these days is already half niche. You're absolutely right. Here's the thing. As I've said to people, if you're going to deliver something, have the integrity to say, I'm going to deliver this. Now, all integrity is, it's two parts. The easy part of integrity is doing the right thing even when nobody's looking. That's the bullshit easy part of integrity. The other part of integrity is if you say something, you own that shit until you say the next thing. I don't think Steven likes me calling him out for not having integrity. I also think by the heel of my boot, I care not. You have no integrity. If you want, I don't give a fuck I don't give a shit if you want to cancel the Tulnar. I don't give a fuck if you want to cancel the Underrealm. Be a fucking man and get on a goddamn, you have a microphone in your house. You have a camera. Fucking find your ball sack and do a live stream to say, hey guys, look, ready? Here's the fucking real truth. We are way over budget. We are way over time. We are way over everything. So we're going to have to make some serious cuts to the game. We're going to have to make some serious cuts to the game. All of the things that we cut, we have every intention of putting in later. But as it is right now, I don't have enough money. I don't have enough money to make this fucking game happen. If Intrepid has 250 developers like they claim and 100 contractors, they are burning more than 25 million a year in salary. I want you to resonate that real quick. If Intrepid has 250 developers and 100 you can't Kickstarter a second time. You have to do a different crowdfunding. You're only allowed one Kickstarter per project. If Intrepid really does have 250 people working on the game, absolutely if. Now, yeah, Tulnar would be a cool idea. And ready? Big J Dog, I love the name, by the way. Big J Dog. I can make it so that the Tulnar and the Underrealm can all be made a DLC and not fuck anybody over. Ready? Watch this. Let the chef cook for a second. You don't want to have race changes, and I don't blame you. I do not blame you. Race changes are bad. Race changes are bad. But, you don't have enough development time in order to get the Tulnar done in the core viable product. So there are people who backed your game because they wanted to be a Tulnar, and you don't have time to develop it. Real simple. Real simple. Don't give people a race change card. Make becoming a Tulnar a conscious choice in the game. Meaning, you put the fucking boundaries of the Underrealm in place. You make the corruption 99% HP death when you cross the red line, so anybody will die within 2 or 3 steps no matter what fuck they stack. True damage, 99%, get fucked, you take 2 steps, cog, bang, fuck, you're dead. When you're ready to release the Tulnar, when you're ready to let people play the Tulnar, then what you do, it's not a resource cut, it's a feature. There is nothing wrong with having to cut muscle. We amputate limbs all the time. DLC the underground and the race if they aren't ready. Make it free. Right. It's not a resource cut, it's a feature. Absolutely. We what the fuck is going on with you? Okay. Because it was promised already. You're right. You're absolutely right. But what you say is, hey guys, look, you either have a part of a game or you have no game. Yeah, like you venture into the Underrealm and you become mutated as the process. You turn it into a quest. Look at that. I have just, and I'm not trying to be a fucking rah, look at me guy, right? But I am a fucking project manager. I'm a program manager from the Air Force. Ready? I just offloaded 11% of your racial development. I offloaded 11% of your fucking work with a completely plausible way done that's going to make people like it. And you're not going to make everybody happy. But if you sit down and you're just fucking, you channel your inner FDR and you say, hey guys, look, I fucked up. You'll notice that Steven has never, ever, ever, ever said, I fucked up, except not hiring producers and not meeting his hiring goals. Except now they're applying for H-1B visas so they can hire foreign artists. Which if I was an artist out of work, yeah, this is my, these are my speakers. These are my speakers. It's my headset. It was only committed to the Kickstarter, so you just make it free. Intrepid never planned on having a box price for any of the expansions anyway. So all you gotta do is tell people, look, guys, we're out of fucking money. We're out of money. I have to pull the fucking Final Fantasy 14. I gotta pull the fucking Square Enix. I have got to have a deliverable product. I have enough money to develop for 2 years. They don't make them anymore. This was about a Bose sound collar. Bose doesn't make them anymore. Bose might have released the new version, but I don't know. I have 3 of these, so I won't need it for a while. All you have to do is be fucking honest. And here's where I think Steven has a problem with fucking honesty. Steven projects his character flaws onto the people that he doesn't like. The people, like, I don't think Steven's ever been spoken to the way I speak to him or about him. And the truth is, I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck how much money you have. I don't give a fuck. I'm happy with where I am in life. You can see on the look on my face, I'm finally healthy. They fucking had to take half my body apart to find what was infected. I had an infected nerve hiding under a bone spur in my foot. That's why I was sick all the time. I haven't thrown up in months. Do you know how nice that is? I love my fucking life. I'm not the fucking person working 16-hour days trying to deliver a product, right? All you got to do is turn around and say, hey guys, I have a fixed amount of money left and I got to offload the Talnar because that allows me to offload the Talnar and it allows me to offload the Underrealm. Boom. You know who he left off that content creator list? Yeah, he left off BCG. Yeah, I've lost weight. I'm not sick all the time. I do have to give myself a shot every 2 weeks. Fuck Smurg. Fuck Smurg. Fuck Smurg. Smurg is the type of motherfucking individual that deserves every single fucking thing of, like, Smurg deserves to have fucking his shoes fall apart during a fucking rainstorm. Smurg deserves to go out for ice cream and then fucking lose a crown and have sharp nerve pain and lose an 8. Smurg is a fucking asshole who fucked it up for countless thousands of content creators. Smurg is the kind of motherfucker that would fuck you in the ass and not even give you the common courtesy of a reach around. That motherfucker, he hurt every small creator on Twitch. Every small creator on Twitch. That motherfucker was buying 10,000 or more embedded views, got caught, tried to lie about it, and I laughed. I was like, the fuck you lying about, motherfucker? You fucked up your fucking view buy and put yourself in the top 10 of Twitch. Look, man, I might be caustic, I might be toxic, I might be vulgar, I might cuss a lot. That's fine. I might not be the most entertaining when I make a YouTube video, when I explain shit, because I'm more worried about the educational side than the entertaining side. But that motherfucker is about as entertaining as watching paint dry. That chode has no integrity. And I'm saying that, and he's a fellow veteran. Fuck, if he was on fire, I'd roast marshmallows. I'm just saying. He fucked it up for so many people. Honestly, the people that exploit Nash as alpha, beta, or special breeds. Let me talk about that real quick. Let me jump on exploiting. When it comes to an alpha, exploit early and exploit often. When it comes to alpha, exploit your ass off. Because here's the problem. There are so many exploits still in Ashes of Creation's build. Their entire philosophy of we're building in game security from the ground up. Fuck you, no you're not. Remember when Steven and Jeff said 7 years ago, we're building in gold detection heat maps? And yet, what was it Steven said? I can't misquote him or I'll get in trouble. What was it he said? And this is one of those things I am going to be a douchebag about. Because we were told years and years and years ago that they were introducing controls. And what was it Steven said today? Okay. So this is how you know Steven and his team don't know what the fuck they're doing. And I'm sorry, I do not give a shit about how that sounds. I don't fucking care. You don't get credit for good effort. I'm not your fucking kindergarten teacher. I'm your fucking PhD evaluator. I only give a shit about results. This morning, we began development for several updates to the Alpha 2 realms. Notably, part of today's update will include DDoS protections. I'm gonna put a pin in that, and I'm gonna roll on. Stronger server recovery logic. And fixes to settlement XP issues. Additionally, it was identified an event at the Caravan Tower was bugged and has now been disabled until a fix can be deployed later this week. As a result of this event, several hundred items were introduced to both EU and US server economies, like you fucking forgot your 2 server names. I have instructed the team to surgically remove those items from the database, including gold received via sales. We will continue to provide updates on additional fixes the team is working to deliver. Now, I'm just saying, another game called Once Human that had a similar issue, they were able to fix all the issues without taking the servers offline. I don't want to be a jerk, but it seems like you have an awful lot of bugs that shouldn't be getting to your live testing build. Number one, because you're not in a position to have a fucking live testing build. Intrepid is afraid that if they take this down, no, that's too right-wing. I feel like they should publicly shame those that exploit to stop others. No, you know what they should fucking do? Here's what they should do. If you get caught exploiting and there isn't a fucking report attached to the exploit that you found, they should fucking ban you from testing until the next testing phase. I'll go a step further. They should make you fucking write an apology on the forums for exploiting and wasting the fucking team's time. You want back in the testing? Now, Grumpy Old Man, didn't they outsource DDoS to Cloudflare? I don't think they have their own infrastructure to do their own DDoS. Grumpy Old Man, I told you guys, I like to collect people. Grumpy Old Man, correct me if I'm wrong. When you license servers at a server farm, isn't DDoS protection at the server farm level something you contract for with the server farm? Because if you're being DDoSed, isn't that impacting the server farm? Because they're being DDoSed and it's affecting other people there. I mean, I understand that it might only be affecting your servers, but it's still affecting the server farm. Now, I thought that's how it worked, but you had a contract with the server farm back in the day. You had to get your DDoS protection from them. Now, I understand that it's possible to set up your own launcher to DDoS yourself. And I'm not making that up. You can get, they do have additional coverage from Cloudflare, which they check when you log in. Usually you would lever that at your gateway. Yes, to mitigate DDoS, you do have to accept all that traffic initially, then only allow valid traffic inside. Yes, that's what I thought. But more specifically, the server farm, it should also be providing a level of protection. And when I say it's possible to DDoS yourself, I don't know Intrepid's architecture. I will never claim that I'm a programmer. No, you're fine. You're fine. Links are fine. When links become a problem, I just ban the people. I never have a problem with people posting good, genuine links. But my understanding is that you should have an authentication server so that people can't DDoS you through your authentication server. I mean, they can to take down your authentication server, but one shouldn't be impacting the other. So you should be doing a handoff. And as far as I'm aware, the server farm should be handling half of that for you. But as you said, you lever that at your gateway. You accept all the traffic, then only allowed valid traffic. Absolutely. That sounds like all the right words in the right order. I can't speak specifically, because again, not what I do. Anything over a certain level of bandwidth will get routed to a DDoS provider who then filters, then sends the valid traffic. Okay, thank you. You got me there. That's what I was asking. That's what I was asking. So that's another thing that's weird to me. Like, they're making a big deal about the fact that they're having to do all this DDoS mitigation. But you know what the part that they don't talk about is? Why the fuck are so many people DDoSing this product? Is it because you pissed off an awful lot of your community? Because maybe, just maybe, if you didn't piss off everybody and the fucking brother and their neighbor and their dog walker and the milkman and the fucking postman, maybe not so many people would be interested in fucking harming your product. Is it really DDoS or shitty performance? That's a great question. Yeah, I assume Big Cloud includes DDoS protection like AWS, Google, which is weird. I don't even know what servers they're using now. At one point, they said they were using Google. At another point, they said they were using AWS. And at this point, it doesn't include... Okay. Good to know. See, I said, I'm not a smart person. I like to have people that I can literally say, here is a question. I don't have the answer. You have to contract for that. Got it. So yes, you have to pay for it. You can either do it yourself or you can pay them to do it for you. Now, final question. Isn't it just a lot fucking simpler to contract for it? Because that's kind of, they're a server farm. That's kind of what the fuck they do. Or is it a case by case? See, I don't have to masquerade the truth. I just ask. I just ask people, hey man. All right, so that system I don't want to touch yet, but that looks like that's somebody showed me that. I don't want to look at that system at the moment. We don't have a construction house here yet. You'll have to head back to the artisan POI near this. Okay. With that. So this is actually not bad. There's a lot of people on screen. Performance doesn't look bad. Now keep in mind that there's no combat going on. Public Works, Orphanage, Empty Plot, Hunting Lodge. And see this right here. This right here is what's going to cause people to just straight quit. Lumber milling station journeyman, right? Lumber milling station journeyman. This right here will literally get people to say fuck right off because your icons aren't even on top of your icons on your map aren't on top of the item that you're looking for. This right here is the thing I was talking about. I knew as a former content creator where this bench would be, right? I knew where this would be. But an average player isn't going to know that, right? And now you have possible results. Wood chips or larch timber. This right here, it's an alpha and you're expecting a complete game. First of all, it's an alpha 3 of a game that's been in development for 9 fucking years. So yes, imagine that. No average player is paying $100 to test the game. And what? First of all, you're new here. How the fuck do you know how much I paid to test the game? I didn't come into your house and shit in your Cheerios. You came into mine. First of all, you have no idea how much I paid to test the game. Second of all, it's an alpha and you're expecting a complete game. No, Cocksmith, I'm expecting an alpha game. That's actually what I'm expecting. You just fucking got here. 9 years development, barely 2 years of a playable alpha. Once again, Cocksmith, you have no idea what you're talking about. Because no, it's not 9 years of development with barely 2 years of a playable alpha. There's been a playable alpha since 2018. What else you got? So, what other misinformation? It's playable actual game like alpha just started last year. Actually, no, dumbass. It wasn't. There's been an alpha 0 and an alpha 1. So again, if you're going to step to the boss, you better have your fucking facts in order because no. They did their fucking Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5 mitigation in 2021. Those were barely playable. And who the fuck's fault is that? Is it mine? Was I in charge of this bitch? Did these fucking shitty results 4 years ago? I don't see any progress. That's the point. You jump up in my fucking house acting like a fucking dick smack when I'm talking about a fucking problem that shouldn't exist in the first place. And you're gonna defend their shit about I'm expecting a complete game? No, motherfucker. I don't see any progress between Alpha 0 and Alpha 2. No, I really don't. What I see is movement. I don't see progress. Because what I'll remind you of, you probably weren't in Alpha 0 because it was a very small number of people. Okay? Alpha 0 was playable. Alpha 0 fucking worked. You jumped in, and your literal argument, your defense is somehow it's okay that it's an alpha game, and the fucking icons don't line up. That's my point. It worked in Alpha 0. It did work in Alpha 0. With less players. I'm sorry. I'm going to be an asshole right now. You do realize that the total number of people has absolutely nothing to do with how well an individual grid works, right? You aren't one of these people that thinks everybody is on a single piece of hardware, right? You understand what gridding is, right? I wish dumb fucks like you would read a book. No, yes, the total number of people affects the zone. You do realize we were on less zones, right? Again, though, focus on my point. Focus on my point. What the fuck does the total number of players on the zone have to do with why the fuck the icons don't line up? Yes, you are hilarious. People that are as dumb as you are hilarious because you defend a company that is literally in over their head. They have literally cut 30% of the node system out and they still have to hand jam the node system. Didn't they show features such as sieges, underrealm, freehold buildings in Alpha 1? Yes. In Alpha 1, they had castle sieges under the APOC engine. They had the underrealm in. They had placeholder freehold buildings. Now, I can't help the fact that they decided to do a developer hand jam of the freehold system. Maybe they shouldn't have masqueraded a functional freehold system. How many people are they claiming are in an Alpha 2 right now per server? I don't want to give that number because the last number I had was 6,000. And I don't care about how many people are on a, quote, realm. I care about how many people are on a grid. Because I'm interested to know if Intrepid Studios has found a way to have more than approximately 200 people on a grid at one time. So if it is talents, that's fine. I'm really wishing he would tell the catfish story because it's not my story to tell. But anyway, this, back to the point I was before I had to stop for the fucking kindergartner chasing the bus. This right here, they need to have a piece where it tells you back in the starter area, the last part of that quest chain needs to be, by the way, if you're going to try to make anything else, you'll need to head out to a settlement. Oh, really? What's a settlement? A settlement is this. Can the project be saved? Yes, the project could be saved. Probably not with Steven at the helm. I don't think this project can be saved with Steven at the helm. Will you make videos on where winds meet? Yes. Where is that fucking, without the guy funding it, you are right. Really? Without the guy funding it? I thought the Small Business Administration of America was funding it. Or I thought the Yaya Legacy Trust was funding it. Or I thought the $12 million collected by the players was funding it. Or I thought the 2 payroll protection plan loans of over $2.5 million was funding it. You want to do money? I can do money too. What else you got? I don't have the small business paperwork yet. I have done the Freedom of Information Act to get it though. It's public record. Or the multiple loans that they've taken. Now, taking loans, pulling shit out of your ass? No, I'm not. Show all this? Cool. Thanks. Thanks for opening the door. I just needed somebody to ask for it. Thanks. No problem. I got you. I got you. Thanks for asking. Yeah, I'll show the Carfax. Remember, I will never say something on my show that I can't back up. So, when you go to the website and you look up Intrepid Studios, you will see all of the people that have placed liens against Intrepid Studios. So we come down. Robert Dawson of Longwood, Florida. View history. Let's take a look. What we got. Make sure his personal address. Oh, shit. He has, give me one moment. He has his personal address on here. People need to not do that shit. Best way to do, oh yeah, we'll do it this way. Do this. Edit and paint. Yeah, even though it's publicly accessible, I still have to abide by good journalism. Okay. Yeah, it's good manners. I guess I can zoom in a little bit. I guess we're not going to have to see that other bit because it's just all non-applicables. So, this individual. Oh, nope. Yep. God, it's up so many. There we go. Such a pain in the ass. Gotta do. I gotta open it. I gotta put it in paint. I gotta take out the guy's stuff. There we go. So, so here you go. Here's an individual who has filed a lien against Intrepid Studios. I have no idea who he is. No idea why, but that is in fact them. And his lien against them is for all assets or personal property of the debtor, wherever located and whenever acquired, including but not limited to equipment, inventory, fixtures, goods, instruments, chattel paper, and a whole bunch of other shit. He's basically saying the whole kit and caboodle. I want my money back. I want to make sure that because you have a bunch of other debtors, that if you go bankrupt, I get all my money back. He is one of many people that has filed against Intrepid Studios. Well, why would you file one of those? You only file one of those when you think a company is going to go bankrupt and they're not going to pay you. Now, interestingly enough, there's Robert Dawson. There is 1, 2, 3, and there is the active notice of state tax lien. And Intrepid, according to Steven said these are just minor clerical errors. I don't know about you, man, but I pay my fucking taxes. So this is one of 4 times Intrepid didn't pay their taxes and was penalized and had to pay interest. Now, the interesting thing is, Steven's going to try to say something like he said in the past, where, well, sometimes you don't pay your taxes because you end up having to go to court, because I'm going to stop you right there. You pay your taxes and then you file paperwork to not have to pay and get a refund. And the weird part is I'm a corporation owner too. So I know exactly how the tax process works. And that's not how you do it. You pay your taxes so you avoid paying penalties and interest. According to Steven, though, the lawsuit against him for the Aetna was categorically denied. So the 4 times they haven't paid their taxes, what was the other place I mentioned? Why does the Yaya Legacy Trust, there's their inactive one, there's their last one, there's their active one, right? So you can go look all these up. So when I say something, that's exactly what's going to happen. I'll show you the fucking paperwork. Intrepid knows that's public fucking record paperwork. They can choose to respond to it. Or they can choose to say it's a minor thing. Or they can choose to do whatever the fuck they want. But what you can't choose to do is come in and act like a fucking clown and say shit like you expected a full game. No, I expected a functional alpha after 9 years and supposedly over $50 million, because Steven has said he's 45 million into ashes. They raised more than $12 million between Kickstarter, which was 3, and all the subsequent packs at the cheapest possible configuration. When I left 2 years ago, they would have had to have made at least $12 million if all the numbers they gave us were correct. One of the numbers they gave us were there were 10,000 Alpha 1 backers. And then they told us there were at least 85,000 Alpha 2 backers because they had 100,000 Alpha 2 backers total. So when you come in and you say stupid shit to me like it's only been 2 years, I'm sorry. What do you mean it's only been 2 years? Because why are you making statements that contradict what the fuck the creative developer has said? Your response is, Is what precisely? The creative director doesn't know when he started development, because the creative director right there is saying actual production began after Kickstarter in June of 2017. Prior to that was design and documentation. So how the fuck are you going to turn around with a straight face and say it's been 2 years of development? You're fucking an embarrassment. You're an embarrassment to all gamers. Hold the fucking man to the words that he said. It's only been 2 years. Fuck you. No, it hasn't. The fucking statement was made 4 years ago. You do realize a game is not playable after design and documentation, right? I am aware of that. You are aware that games started development after Ashes of Creation and launched in a playable state. All you're doing now is getting beat like a fucking drum and moving the markers. You jumped in and opened your fucking dick sucker after I simply said, I want the fucking icons to be on the map to represent where the fuck they are, and you decided to bump your fucking gums. So have I satisfactorily answered your fucking questions about loans? I don't have the SBA information yet. I've requested it. There's a UCC. I want to know how much. According to you, it's okay that they've burned 9 years, 8 years, and over $60 million, and they have a game that they have to manually update the nodes for? Then why the fuck are we in open testing? You do realize that every day they have the game up, they incur cost, right? Every day they have the game up for testing, they incur cost, because they don't just have 2 servers. They have dozens of servers. They have 2 realms. They have 2 realms. Actually, they have 3 realms because they have 2 public realms and 1 private test realm. You do realize that they pay for all the bandwidth, right? It's not a lot, but it's a cost. They're literally putting out notices that say, we fucked up the economy again. What the fuck are they testing? What's the point of an alpha? Hold on, you probably don't know, and I don't want you to guess. By the way, just so you know, this is called a book. They're dead trees with ink written on them. Inside is knowledge. If you take your eyeballs and you start at the top of the left-hand page and you get somebody to read it for you, there'll be information in here. I know you don't know how to read. It's pretty fucking evident. By the way, the fact that you're proud of that fact speaks volume of you. And development costs a lot every year. I mean, it's not a joke. You're absolutely right. Development costs a lot of money every year. If you have 250 developers, that's more than $25 million a year, because you're giving them all benefits. You're giving them all 401ks. So, Alpha, Beta, and Gold. It's a little bit of a dated book because it still has the gold standard. The 3 major milestones of game production. Alpha, you have your game completely put together, but assets, gameplays, and levels are still being tweaked and tuned. What is the fucking key word right here? Alpha, you have your game completely put together, but assets, gameplay, and levels are still being tweaked and tuned. Ashes of Creation isn't even in an alpha. I don't know why the fuck they're calling it an alpha. I've been saying that for 5 fucking years. So you want to come in and you want to bump your fucking dick sucker? That's fine, man. You're in the wrong channel, though. And now he can't share anything else with the rest of the class because I don't have time for fucking morons. This is not the special education show. I don't have time to fucking handhold people. If Intrepid is going to fucking lie about me, if Steven is going to lie about me, yeah, 2017 to 2025, they managed to put the Riverlands together in 7 fucking years. And then they can't make the rest of the game work around it. So the Riverlands is going to hard cap at level 30, even though the entire premise of the fucking game was that all content would be available in every node. Yeah, no and then. No and then. So anyway, for anybody that wants to know why this is going to just continue to be ugly, this is going to continue to be ugly, and I don't give a fuck. I'm going to get up to my fucking elbows in every fucking thing I can find, because Steven literally said, the analytics are actually quite conclusive. The drama bait gives a little bump in views. Then ultimately it takes a certain type of individual to continue developing to the newfound audience, which eventually ends in burnout. See Death's Proxy, It Ziz, Jalan, and Narc. It's much healthier when losing hope to take breaks and pace yourself. This is my general advice that I stick to for creators that feel they are losing hope and patience and masquerade it as truth-telling. Steven, you're all about Pirate Software, so I will quote Pirate Software as I say this. You can eat my entire ass until you apologize to me for lumping me in with those other 3 creators. I've never said one untrue thing about your fucking game. And the longer I have to fucking wait for my fucking apology, the deeper I'm gonna go down the fucking rabbit hole, because I'm gonna find every fucking thing we've ever lied about. Everything that's ever been fucking lied about. Yeah, Smurg doesn't belong on that list of liars, but I does. I do. So again, today I've shown the bullshit they said about Steamworks. They didn't know when they were putting the game on Steam. Then why the fuck did you install Steamworks 3 months prior? For those of you that didn't see it, I'll show it again, just so it's next to the video footage. I don't mind if you want to put the game on Steam. And for those simple people who can't put 2 and 2 together, I don't give a fuck that APOC was on Steam. I'm one of the people that said they should have continued fucking developing APOC, because number 1, it would have given them a lot of experience. Number 2, they could have monetized it. Steven, you fucking monetized goddamn APOC before the fucking thing worked. You said right here, I asked you in August why you didn't say in February you were going to put APOC on Steam. We didn't know in February. Really? Well, then why don't you explain to the rest of the class why you put Steamworks into your fucking APOC launcher back in December 2018? Because as it is right now, I haven't met one fucking developer in the 2 years I've been gone that has ever answered this question for me. Every single one of them has always said the same thing. If you're not putting your game on Steam, you don't put Steamworks.net into your package, because there's zero gain. Zero. It's not like, and again, it's not like there's something about Steamworks. And if there is something about Steamworks, then that's a simple answer as well. We decided to use Steamworks because Steamworks does X, Y, and Z for us. Okay, right here, and I'll even say that's a possibility. Maybe, and I don't know because I'm not a developer, maybe their leaderboards are something that you can download. I don't know. But I do know, when you say we didn't know in February we were going to have APOC on Steam, then explain why you put Steamworks in on 17 and 18 December of 2018. If you're going to say shit and you're going to talk mad shit about masquerading the truth, that's fine. Then I would like you to explain why you felt it necessary to masquerade the truth about your studio size. If you're gonna fucking talk shit about people, understand some people have the fucking receipts. Intrepid Studios is always in search of talented, team-oriented, self-driven, and passionate individuals. Our over 17,000 square foot facility. This is your fucking address, and that's the square footage for Suite 6 and 7. By the way, when my ass brings me out to San Diego, oh, you can bet your ass that I'm touring the building. Not their office, but the fucking building. Oh, absolutely. I will call the fucking leasing agent and say, do you have any spots available for rent? I'd like to take a look. By the way, here's my fucking offer of good faith. Let me take a tour. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out how much fucking space. Hey, who's in suite 3? Who's in suite 4? Who's in suite 5? Who's in suite 6? I already know who's in some of them. Phillips is on the first floor. This is the shit I'm talking about. If I'm gonna have to deal with, and I didn't need, anybody that knows me knows my community will tell you, I streamed Ashes of Creation on Saturday. The following Thursday, I played Once Human. The following Saturday, I played Once Human. I told my community I was coming back for one day, one fucking day for Ashes of Creation to fill my commitment to my community so there would be a video. So everybody that's like, I'm thinking about playing Ashes of Creation, I'll be like, there's a video, I don't even want to talk about it. During that live stream, I got given a piece of information. And that piece of information was that they might have restarted all of their development, which I never saw Intrepid talk about. Where the fuck did that one go? I never saw Intrepid say that they reset the development, which was concerning for me. Oh, that's the lawsuit, right? I never heard of this. Now, it was out there. It was out there. Talents knew about it. I didn't know about it. My NDA prevents me from revealing any specifics, but what I can say is full production on Ashes started in the beginning of 2021. I think he means 2022. I think he means 2022 because they did their port over in December of 2021. Unreal Engine 5 move over in 2021, December 2021. And then he said 3 years. Now the back half of this comment, I can confirm what the dev team has been able to pull off in 3 years is really impressive. Well, what exactly? You were the lighting guy, and in the new zone, you have to fucking change your fucking graphics settings for not to have all black. What's impressive? Vertical slices. Absolutely. So now, this is gonna happen 3 out of every 8 of my video game streams a month. I will give the ripple water effect time for Steven to realize he shouldn't have fucking put my fucking name in those other 3 creators. That fucking list should have been Death Proxy, It's Ziz, BCG, Narc, a couple of other fucking people. I've never fucking lied about your fucking product. And if you think my being negative before was fucking bad, you think I burned out? You think I burned out? Dude, the fucking crybaby white knights that come in here and get banned, they sustain my cauldron of hate. You think I fucking burned out? I stopped covering your game because it was kicking an old lady down a flight of fucking stairs. There's a reason to kick an old lady down a flight of stairs, you just don't do it. You just don't fucking do it. I stopped talking shit about your game, and I want to remind everybody, there is a difference between talking shit about a person and telling the truth about a shitty person, and that goes right over to the fucking same thing about your product. I was telling someone that it was just an MMO kit early on. I did hacks for a company for security reasons, and they used that MMO kit. Out of curiosity, I tested those hacks on AOC Alpha 1. Yeah. The problem is now, you have decided, and not you, Steven has decided to put my fucking name in a fucking statement. No, he didn't lie about Ashes, he just went negative. He just went really, really negative, and that's fine. He framed things in a certain way that I don't think are wrong, but I don't think so you're right, it should have been Narc and It's Ziz. The only 2 content creators that should have been in that list. He should have just said It's Ziz or Steven should fucking apologize to me and Death Proxy. I don't even like Death Proxy, but what I will say is Steven should throw a fucking public apology out because it works like this, man. Who the fuck did they have? What did Narc lie about? Narc specifically went out to a part of the build. Yeah, he shouldn't be on the list either. You're absolutely right. Thank you for correcting me. He shouldn't be on that list either. Narc went out to a part of the desert to specifically showcase like undeveloped space. It was like last week when I streamed it, somebody said, you're showing off an undeveloped area. I said, no, I'm not, because I'm still inside the tree line. And then I deliberately walked to the edge of the tree line and I said, I would be disingenuous if I talked about here, out this way. But if I'm in the fucking developed area, then I'm in the developed area. That's it. If you want me to test it. If you didn't want this fucking area shown off, you shouldn't have put it in the fucking public build. So don't fucking be mad that people are saying this runs like shit, right? If I was a petty person, I'd point out how we called the entire Narc situation a full year before it happened, and I was sad to see Narc go the route he did. Narc didn't lie. Well, yeah, I want you to recognize, if you're being disingenuous, you're lying. Remember, the truth, there is no spectrum of truth. The truth is either the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, or it's not. And when it's not, we talk about how much it's not. What Narc did, I think he did for the right reasons, but he could have accomplished the same goal without being disingenuous. You don't need to deliberately go to an undeveloped area. You can just show what's there. But yeah, I only have to do five Once Human streams a month. And right now, they pay me as a content creator. They don't pay me much. But they keep the music going. Like, all the music on my show is all PGN music. All the music on the show is... The music is really my passion. The music is why I do this now. At the end of the day... Where the fuck is my now playing? Once Narc stopped making videos, Ashes of Creation fell off the face of the earth. No, it didn't. I'm gonna stop you right there because no, it didn't. See, that's absolutely not true. That's absolutely not true. We can't say that. When Narc stopped making videos, Ashes lost some exposure. But, and this isn't shit talking Narc. Narc unfortunately filled the room with copium and then overdosed. Narc didn't give a shit who he stepped on, didn't give a shit who he borrowed from, didn't give a shit about any of that. Narc grew to the size of a creator who could have been making fucking 6 figures a month by holding Intrepid accountable, but also staying positive. See, I was never gonna be that person because I'm not fucking entertaining. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, he's still a great content creator, according to some people. He did nuke his Ashes of Creation YouTube channel, which was a great idea. Great idea. The way the YouTube analytics work, great idea. Move on, something else. With that said though, Ashes didn't lose popularity. He got 500,000 views in 3 months on his new channel. Motherfucker's got talent. Yes, absolutely. He got 500,000 views in 3 months on his new channel. He is, I have never not said, Narc isn't entertaining. The only thing I ever said about, Narc, the only piece of feedback I ever gave was, I really wish Narc would just throw on the screen when he's news reporting or when he's editorializing. That was when I was still doing Ashes 101, Narc would say something, and what irritated the fuck out of me was Narc would say something that people would interpret as news, and then they'd come to me and ask me questions about it, and I'd be like, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. And all he was saying is, he was doing the Steven, wouldn't it be cool if, wouldn't it be cool if, wouldn't it be cool if. Great. Narc, can you just fucking put on the screen when you're editorializing so that people know you're editorializing? It would literally take you like 2 seconds to fucking just put it in there, because then people won't come and fucking bother me. And I said to his fans, just get him to do that. That way you know, because I used to do that on my show. Be like, this is what they said. I think it would be better if they did this. I think it'd better if they did that. So with that said, I do not like having to be an asshole the way I have to do things, but if I'm gonna get fucking called out that I've been dishonest, then you better fucking bring how I've been dishonest. That shit ain't cool. And I'm not the fucking person who's dishonest. I've shown in this show alone 3. On the other video I did, I showed 4. That is 7 instances where Intrepid Studios has been dishonest. And dishonest, lied, less than honest, whatever it is. I've given 7 examples where, what was it? What was the verbiage? Because the verbiage is just so chef's kiss. Oh no, that's today's update. If you're gonna say that I was masquerading the truth, you better fucking be real clear about examples of where I've masqueraded the truth. Because all I've done is taken your statements and aligned them with public records. Rocco Scandizo never claims having worked on Intrepid Studios. He never claims the project. I can't find one public instance where he ever says he worked at Intrepid. I'm not gonna bother him, although I'm getting real fucking close. I'll just reach out to him and be like, hey, I'm working on a follow-up story. Would you like to tell me what happened in June of 2017 when Intrepid Studios announced you were joining the team? Is there anything you'd like to share? If he says no comment, no comment. And people are trying to whitewash Steven never said that. Bullshit. It's still... Holy fuck, are you serious? Holy fuck. Are you for real? Oh, I will slap a fucking bitch. I will slap a bitch if they try to say Steven never said that. I think they deleted it. Well, first of all, because that shit is going to get shared, let's make sure that we get this real quick. Somebody go alert Lex. He better update the fucking wiki. There's the wiki as of right now. There's the statement as of right now. Rocco Scandizo was lead economy designer at Intrepid Studios. Rocco has almost 20 years experience, blah-diddy blah blah fucking blah. They fucking did. They fucking did. Oh no, they didn't. Ah, there it is. No, they didn't. Yeah, go ahead and tell him. Go ahead and tell me that Steven never said that. Ready? Stephen Sharif, June 12th, 2017. Happy Monday. You'll be happy to hear. Dr. Rocco Scandizo, 20 years. There it is right there. Here, since somebody do that fucking magic fucking voodoo shit with Wayback Machine or Time Machine or TARDIS or fucking whatever. Somebody do that fucking shit. Somebody do that fucking magic voodoo and send it to me on Discord. Fucking, and that's what's so fucking terrible about that fucking community. Steven never said that. Motherfucker, it's right there. It's fucking right. It's update 17. Oh, but since I'm here, right? And I'm here and I gotta be an asshole. Can we talk about how... Can we talk about how Intrepid Studios hasn't done a fucking update on their Kickstarter since October 23rd, 2017? Yeah, it's 2017. That's when the fuck he made the statement the guy was joining the team. Of course it's gonna be 2017. That's the fucking point. People ran around for years thinking Rocco Scandizo was the fucking economy designer on Ashes of Creation. And never once did Intrepid say, oh, by the way, guys, just so that we can be transparent, to let you know we're actually looking for a economy designer, Dr. Scandizo decided to not take the job. News agencies reported, meaning they literally reached out for confirmation included in the article. Yes. Yes. Massively overpowered. Rocco Scandizo. June 1, 2017. Yeah, that's me. That's me. That's me. That's my Patreon. I made this. The good doctor found out they were trying to get his credit card number and fucking dipped out. I didn't say that. A commenter said that. Losing open patience is part of truth telling, I guess. So, I have to balance between politics, and I have to balance between once human, because they pay me. And, I mean, if Ashes starts paying the bills again, if Ashes starts bringing in subs again, I'll cover Ashes more. I really feel dirty even saying this, but I still got some alpha keys. I still got some alpha keys. I might have to give those out. Intrepid will be like, no, fuck him. His keys don't work. Fuck him. I was the highest viewed Ashes stream until Dusty logged in. Okay. No, but here's the thing. Steven is gonna make sure, yeah, get more spy-in. Steven is gonna do one of two things. And there's only two choices. Well, there's three choices. Steven has three choices. He can fucking publicly apologize because he publicly threw me under the fucking bus. He can publicly apologize and he can say, look, I was wrong. I shouldn't have put Jay on that list. Jay has always brought the receipts. And that's it. That's all the fuck he has to do. And I will go right the fuck back under my rock. Bro, please, I want an alpha key. You fucked that up because I'm not your fucking bro. I know who my three bros are. You ain't one of them. Second of all, he can fucking ignore it, but I'm not going away now. Or he can fucking start a war. But remember, when you go to war, dig two graves. And this is what you don't get. If he fights with me on this shit, he loses. He loses. And as this is where we get to the part where I don't want to have this fucking fight. I just want my fucking apology. You can call me toxic. You can call me that I spew vitriol, and that's fine. I don't think I do. But you say I masquerade the points I bring up as truth-telling? Go fuck yourself.
You think you're winning this game? You don't even know the goddamn rules. But don't worry. I'm gonna teach them to you.
So you can either fucking apologize to me for throwing... I don't give a fuck. You can make it whatever you want in the fucking apology. But you're gonna say I fucking... Yeah, you are my bro. You gonna fucking apologize, or we're just gonna fucking keep bringing it up. And it's already said, right? I already applied for all their small business administration loan paperwork. It's Freedom of Information Act. I applied for all of it. We're gonna go through that shit. Steven says he's 45 million into Intrepid Studios. We're gonna count the fucking pennies, man. We're gonna find every fucking penny. Every fucking penny. It's John Dutton from Yellowstone. So, anyway, it was nice to be back in Ashes. And what my honest fucking hope is, my honest hope is that I get a ping in the next day or two where Steven has said on the fucking Discord, I should not have put Jalan in that category. Jalan may be crass, he might be vile, he might be vulgar, he might be toxic, he might spew vitriol, but he has always brought the receipts. And if not, well then, I don't fucking care. Hi ho, bitch. It's off to work I go. I'll see you guys tomorrow for politics.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos?